International Olympic Research Conference, which is being held at Rashtriya Raksha University, Gandhinagar, Gujarat. We'll be going through with the presentation first. And to welcome, first of all, I would like to give a quick brief of our delegate. She is the president of Olympic Academy of Ukraine. Keep counting. Vice President, National Olympic Committee of Ukraine, member of FISU Education Committee. Also, she is an author and co-author of more than 400 publications in the area of history and modernity of sports and many more. Olympic movement, and she will be talking on the Olympic movement after the Paris 2024 Olympic profession. With this, I would like to welcome on the stage Professor Dr. Maria Bulatova, President of the Olympic Academy of Ukraine. Please give her a big round of applause.
So, could you please put my presentation in? So, my dear friends, good morning. First of all, I would like to thank everybody who was invited me to participate in this first scientific conference in your university, and hope I will be back here in 11 years to celebrate the Olympic Games 2036 and to participate in the pre-Olympic Scientific Congress. As you know, usually when we are hosting the Olympic Games in the same year, we have the pre-Olympic Congress, scientific one, and I think it should be the university where we are working now hosting this big event, international event. So I wish all the best to your university, and now I would like to tell a few words about ourselves and what we are doing in Ukraine, and then I came to the main presentation. So because the leaders of the Olympic Studies Center here asked me to tell about us. So I'm coming from Ukraine. I'm working in the State University of Ukraine on physical education and sport, and this university is celebrating the 95th anniversary of its existence. Yeah, thank you very much. So when Ukraine got independence, it was in 1991. Immediately, we started to cooperate with the International Olympic Committee and created the Olympic Studies Center at that time. So we had a meeting with Mr. Samaranch. We explained to him that we need to do something because Ukraine is a very high-level Olympic country, but we had no idea what to do with Olympic study and research and Olympic education. So we went to Mr. Samaranch and we asked for money. Because we started to talk to him, we understand what we have to do, but Ukraine was absolutely poor at that moment, so we asked for support of the International Olympic Committee, and we got it. Mr. Samaranch told us that we have to create the Department on Olympic Sport, to put the Olympic sport in the curricula of physical educators, of the preparation of coaches and physical educators. So we have to prepare handbooks to teach the teachers, because if somebody not professional and we didn't teach the teachers, who is expecting to see the knowledge on Olympic sport or Olympic values, or Olympic education? So the teacher should be taught first. Then we have to develop the Olympic Museum of the country. We have to develop the Olympic Library. We have to establish the scientific journal, for sure, because we have to need publication on Olympic sports, and to hold once a year, an international event, an international scientific congress, and we did it. It is modern Olympic sport and sport for all. So we created one of the first international center for Olympic study and research. It was in 1993. So we got the facility at the university, 500 square meters. We have teaching rooms, auditoriums, large rooms. We created a library. The library is great. It's 30,000 pieces of books on different Olympic sports, 30,000. Then we have created the Olympic Museum of Ukraine. And it was very interesting because the research started from that. We asked ourselves, who are we Ukrainians on the Olympic podium? And we made a research by our Center of Olympic Studies, and we found out that it's 463 Ukrainians were on the Olympic podium. Then we put the next question, how many coaches prepare that people? Because it's important to know. So we prepared this too, we calculated that what kind of education have the coaches who are working in Olympic sports, why they stopped, how they appeared there. And Olympic silver and gold medalists, as I told you, 463 biographies. So it was a great job for the Olympic Study Center, and we put all the materials to the Olympic Museum. So in several years, now I would like to talk about the education, what we are doing in the university in the Center of Olympic Studies. So we are providing education on all three levels of education, bachelor, master, and postgraduate courses, just Olympic sports. On the bachelor level, we started in 1993, so sure we needed a book. So we prepared the textbook in 2 volumes in Russian, and we translated in 1 volume in English by the support of the International Olympic Committee, and the books were presented on the Centennial Olympic Congress in France, in Paris in 1994, when the Olympic movement celebrated its 100th anniversary, and it was distributed to all the National Olympic Committee around the world. It was the first textbook on Olympic sport. Then we continued our research, and the years come and go. So we prepared these 5-volume encyclopedias about everything, about the Olympic symbol, Olympic traditions, and most of the material was about the Ukrainian Olympic sport, the roots, and the people who made the glory of our country, their coaches, and the journalists. Because journalists are making the propaganda, as we say it. They are advertising the Olympic sport. They are advertising the families. They are advertising everything about that. If they are talking negative, so we have the negative reaction. So if they are talking about doping every day, doping, how can we educate children? No chance, right? It's bad. It's something very bad. We don't want to participate in it. And if they are talking about the values, about the nice example, about fair play, so it's attractive. So that's why the sport journalists are a very important part of our education, and we have to educate them too. Because when they are doing the Olympics, they have to say the games of that Olympiad, because Olympiad is not the games, it's 4 years in between the games. So we are celebrating the games, and Olympiad is this 4 years in between the celebration. And they have to know this, because this is just education, and we are educating them with our coaches and teachers too. Then we created so Mr. Samaranch left that position, the president of the IOC. We met in Lausanne in the Center of Olympic Studies. We showed him what we did. We thank him very much for his 10 years support, but he left the position, and we started to work with the next president of the IOC, Jacques Rogge. And with the support of the next president, Mr. Jacques Rogge, so we published a new book for the education in the bachelor level. It's 600 pages each, but it's complicated. It's mostly for educated coaches, not for students, because it's very deep. So you have to know the basic knowledge, and it's deeper than the previous book. And to apply this book, I created, it's my work, because I love to do such kind of things. You have to prepare the application. So it means that the students have a possibility to have fun. Not all the students love to read. They love to see pictures, they like to see the inscription to the pictures, and they like to play. Why they are playing? We put questions, we put 4 answers. They probably don't know the correct answer, then they turn the page and see the correct answer. If they are doing page by page, so they have the knowledge. It's very easy, and it was a tricky thing. And I was decorated for that book, the application to the first 2, one by the Olympic historians. Then we prepared that it was a CD at that time, now we have it in the internet, the application. Our Olympic champions and sportsmen and participants of the games, they are going to talk to children during the Olympic Day. And not every athlete can talk properly about the Olympics. If they are not educated, he just can talk about himself. How he wake up, what he is eating. It's interesting, but it's not an education. That's why we prepare this thing, and we are giving to each athlete, to each person who is going to the schools to talk to children, to show the film about the Olympic history, about the history of the movement. It's very short and very attractive, but the students who are sitting in the school, they understand what it's about. And then the Olympic champion or the great athlete, he is talking about himself, how he get to this movement and what he is doing in this moment. And I think it's a very good thing because it's applicable. Then we go next. So I'm just talking about the education, yes? So we prepared the 3-volume edition. So the first volume is the cultural heritage of ancient Greece and the modern Olympic Games, and then the games in 2 volumes. It's a huge book, well edited in very nice colors and a lot of pictures, because we are cooperating with the International Center of Olympic Studies of the IOC. They provided us with the pictures and text. So you can know about everything in this encyclopedic edition. So this is for coaches who are educated on the first level. Then we go deeper because we need to do the application for the students who are doing their master degrees and PhD degrees. So we transfer this book to the handbook. We have texts, then we have questions, we have answers, and then we have literature, what they would like to read if they would like to have a deeper knowledge than they had before. And the second one, we have the book, The Olympic Movement in Ukraine, because the games is games, the Olympism is Olympics, Olympic sport is Olympic sport, but the Olympic movement had the roots, and it's a little bit wider than we were talking before. So the Olympic movement in Ukraine, they had roots because we had Greek colonies. And when the Greeks come to Ukraine and they settle the Ukrainian southern part, they play the games. So it is not Olympic Games, but it's athletic games. So we have roots from ancient time, and we have a lot of golden things which are proving that we had these games. So this is the roots, and then the development, etc., and the modern Olympic sport in Ukraine. So it's a very popular but educational book, as you understand it. It's in 3 languages, in Ukrainian, Russian, and English. So after all this work in 20 years, as you understand, so we are in the international level, and we decided to transform our Olympic Center to the Olympic Institute. And we had a big presentation. We had 27 IOC members. We had Sheikh Al-Sabah, who was at that time the president of the Association of the Olympic Committees. And we were, what to do? No signal, IOC, but I couldn't change. And we get the status of the Olympic Institute. We have now in the world 2 Olympic institutes, in Cologne and in Ukraine. What's happening? No signal. My dear friend, what to do? So you can see me in the nice red dress. Sorry, excuse me. What? Here? No. Oh, yeah. Okay, then we go down. We did the next step. So about the Olympic movement, I told you that Olympic movement is not the Olympic Games and the Olympic sport. So we prepared a 2-volume Olympic history and modernity and the Olympic movement. So one book is 640 pages and the second one is 672. You have all the information about what you need to know about the Olympic movement. The content, the ancient Greece. We are not talking about the games. We have to understand what was the ancient Greece and how the idea was born. The second chapter is the Olympic Games in ancient Greece. So we explain what it was, how it looks like, what they did, and what was the result, and what was the purpose, and what was the spirit. Then the revival of the games. It's not just Pierre de Coubertin was born and the games appeared. No. Then the Olympic sport in the reflection in literature, art, and different kind of art. Then we are teaching the IOC presidents. Well, why we are teaching IOC presidents? Because starting from the first president of the IOC, Dimitrios Vikelas, it's a biography, it's a building up the Olympic history. It belongs to the person, the leading person who is leading the movement, how he is living his life, what's his vision. The Olympic movement is turning like that. I can make a lot of examples, but now it's not time to do it. Then periodization of the games. The wars, which happened in the 20th century, they changed the world, so we have periods of development, then we have period of stagnation and others, so we are talking on the Olympic movement in this part, in this vision. Then the International Olympic System, how it's working. All the time we are asking, where are the money from? So we have to understand, it's not just the God's giving, so we have to work hard to receive money for the Olympic movement. It's one of the strongest international organizations now. Then the peculiarities of the Olympic system functioning. So we are talking about economics, about politics, about the athletes, about his entourage. We are talking about the women in sport, environment, etc., etc. So these 2 volumes, if you read it, so I think it's very useful and you can do the PhD degree for sure. Then we are turning to children. The Olympic Studies Center, the Olympic Study Institute, we are working, of course, with the Olympic Academy and the NOC and the European and international devices who are responsible for the Olympic education of children. So I created this Olympic guidebook, the name, it's the European book. So the first was who we are, Europeans in the Olympic movement. So we know the Greeks, we know the origin, so we originated the games. We give the main idea as a gift to them and humanity. And then who are we now? So the most of the presidents of the IOC were European. We have the European Games. We have the presidents of the International Summer Federation, Summer Olympic Sport Federation European, the Winter Sport Federation. In historical point of view, we did it for children, but in very short and attractive things. And we did it, you see the Olympic cauldron with the fire, and it has 50 pieces, like 50 European countries. And we created this book, and we show the traditions to the children of Europe in general, and we have a quiz. They can control themselves, and now this book has 8th edition, and we allow now to each European country, if they have their own language, to translate on the language and use it on the internet. And we can use the quizzes on the phone. So it's very easy, and it's very easy to use it because it's very attractive. People love it. We even don't change the design. It was an Italian designer who did it for me. I prepared the text, the content, and they did the design, and it's very, very often used in Europe now. So in this case, it's my suggestion. Yesterday I talked to the director of the center, so to prepare it for Asia and for India respectively too. Such kind of educational kit for the children, because the International Olympic Committee started to work in India teaching the Olympic values. Did you see the books? So it's very good too, but it's a little bit different. It's just values. And here is the Olympic history in very short way, because for example in Asia you have a different mentality, a different culture. So it's for Europeans, everybody knows what is Olympics, everybody knows who is Zeus and who is his wife, etc., and the mythology. But the Asian continent, you have your own culture, and probably it's not very common that children knows the European culture and the culture of Olympic Games. Then we created the posters, because we go to school, so in the school, not a lot of children can read books, so we put in the posters in 22,000 Ukrainian schools, and we put the Olympic history in posters, very nice, and we gifted it to every school, but we created it in the Olympic Institute. Then we created 60 posters for different kind of sports, starting from the Olympic history, how this sport was born, and then the evaluation of the sport. And you have the Ukrainians on the Olympic podium in the right corner of this poster. So you'll learn the Olympic history, and you can choose the sport what you like more, and you know the best heroes, Ukrainians on the Olympic podium. Just watching the posters, which were distributed to every 22,000 schools, of course. Now we created these encyclopedias. As I started to work in the IOC Commission on Culture and Olympic Heritage, so we had to do some contribution. I feel that I have to do some contribution to the development of culture and blending culture and Olympic education. And I started to prepare this very nice, very attractive and very beautiful encyclopedias. So it's a short description of the evolution of the sport. Then you have the description of the games and the Olympic heroes in pictures and pieces of art. This is, you know, the covers of the books. So it's track and field, boxing, wrestling, ice hockey, fencing, figure skating, tennis. Now I have prepared 9 books, 9 encyclopedias. So I just would like to show the pages of it. The book is a piece of art, you know, because all the kind of sports what we have now, what we are teaching now, what we are doing now, what we are practicing now, they have a very, very deep roots. And we have to show children that it's not just started with us. Another book is the pages from the book Fencing. So, and then we get to the main point. These books should be illustrated, and we have to teach children the art is very segmented, and we have to show how sport was attractive to the people who were working in different kinds of art. For example, this is etching, the Holland Dutch etching. You can see here the sport like diving in the works of Impressionists. Then we have this kind of sport as diving. We are talking about diving as an example in social realism. Then Then we have the same sport in the works of Art Deco style. So we teach children what is Art Deco. If you would like to have this type of education, you can learn from these books. Then you have the sport, the diving in pop art, in graphic design. I try to be short. Mosaic panels. It's on the streets of our cities, decorating the houses. And even in Mexico, in the great stadium, you remember the works of Rivera. Now, yes, street art, the modern, but you have to see that around the world we have the street art, caricature, posters, postcards. Yes, we have stamps. Monumental sculpture, the street sculpture. Then we have the Art Deco sculpture, the small one. In porcelain, everybody is buying that. In bronze small sculpture, we have a numismatics, the money. Then we have the phaleristics, the pins, and the big collection of the Olympic medals. In literature, in music and song art, in sport, in cinematography, in the films, sport and fashion, sport and architecture. It's very important for each kind of sport to see the development, the architecture, the flight of the architecture. And the last, what we created last year is with the support of the International Olympic Committee, for sure, as you understand, because it's a very expensive book. It's very nicely decorated, and it's really expensive, but very nice, about the Olympic memorabilia. So in the first volume, I put just Olympic medals, Olympic poster, floristics, and the Olympic prizes. the Olympic medal. I just would like to show you how it looks like. It's a page of the book. You can see the gold, silver, and bronze medal, and you know that the best jewelry, one of the best jewelry companies, Chomet, prepared this medal. But not just the medal, you can see the box. Louis Vuitton prepared this box. It's a piece of art. And the Olympic champions and the people who get this medal, they have to understand the value what they have. It's priceless. And we are doing this description for the all Olympic medals starting from 1896. For example, the Olympic posters. You have to understand the creator of the poster, the artist who did it, and then what you see there. So usually people are saying, it's some goddess. It's not some goddess. It's Art Deco, Athena, the Greek goddess of the Pan-Athenian Games. And you see the Art Deco picture. It's very nice. And I'm describing what is that to people to understand the meaning what they see. The next, floristics. We know that the ancient Greeks, they were fighting just for wreaths, but the wreaths were two forms, the horseshoe form and the round shoe form. So we explain why this and why that, etc. Then we are going to the Roman times, and now we are talking about the Olympic bouquets, which is the obligation of the organizing committee to give it. So, but now the last games in Paris, there was no bouquets, as you remember. So people came to the podium, they get the medal, and they get something. It was the Olympic poster, not something, the iconic poster. And they decided to put the flower bouquet to the French cities. The capital of the city was decorated with these flowers. It was the main idea that we're not just giving one bouquet, we decorated the whole city. Paris was decorated, especially planted with this kind of flowers, red flowers. Okay, and what I would like to say more? So the Olympic prizes. Not a lot of people know that we had prizes in Olympic Games. Then we have challenge prizes, pieces of art. Look at this. It was pieces of art, really. The Emperor of Austria donated this, and it was granted from 1908 until 1920, and then they stopped this practice. So the activity of our institute was honored by the International Olympic Committee. We got the Olympic Order. Then we got the Pierre de Coubertin Medal from the IOC for our contribution to the development of the Olympic education. Then I got the Sport and Art Award from the IOC and Thomas Bach Prize for the last books, what I show you. No, that doesn't work. Yeah, we were appreciated by the Olympic historian. We got the Vikelas Plug and the International Olympic Academy Award, Athena. And I would like to say we have another direction of education, but I was just talking about the Olympic education, like in culture and education. The second, what we are doing in the athletes preparation, we are working on elite athlete training. That is very interesting, of course, for you in this moment, how to select athletes, how to build up this training, how to control what you are doing day by day, week by week, year by year to prepare the Olympic cycle is absolutely different. And I'm not working exactly in this field, but it's very, very important. And we are doing that. And the renovation courses for the coaches, we are holding two in the Olympic Institute. So thank you very much for attention, but I have another presentation if you're interested in it, or we have time, I have to ask. If no, I'm very appreciative that you were so kind to listen to me so long. So what is the plan? It's enough? Just tell me.
Because the Australians have joined this, I think we should.
Okay, so we stop. So once again, thank you very much for your attention. Yes?
Thank you so much, ma'am. Now I think India should know where it should need to go when we talk about history of Olympics, to Ukraine, of course, and to the ma'am. So if there are any question, we will take one question, please. Yes.
Good morning, ma'am, and thank you so much for this wonderful presentation. Ma'am, I would like to ask, or rather comment and then a question. Like, for example, when we look at sports culture or sports history in India, starting from the Indus Valley civilization and then to the Vedic periods, and then again to Mahabharata, where kings and princes from many across the countries, across the regions, they came together and played sports. And then, and then we see in the contemporary times polo, chess, kabaddi, these all games getting popular in the global parlance. Now my question is, ma'am, because since you spoke about the European history of Olympics, do you see a positive or negative influence of these oriental cultures, sports cultures, or these Eastern sports cultures on those European history, Olympic history? Thank you so much.
Oh, thank you very much for your question. So I think that we have to look on this question more wide than we are talking about. So if we are talking about the roots of Olympism, so we are talking about Europe, about the Greek culture. And if we are talking about the sport in general, so of course all the continents have their own kind of sports, national kind of sports, which developed, and now we are using this kind of sports in the Olympic program. And the influence of that, of course, is tremendous. Even, for example, now we have to talk about the multiculturalism in our Olympic movement, because we are so diverse, we are different, but we are doing the same thing. And now, the last Olympic Games show that, so we had 206 national Olympic representatives presented on the Olympic Games, and we have the team of refugees, and we have the team on the Olympic flag, right? The Russians and the Belarusian athletes and other athletes were under this flag. And of course, if we are talking, for example, Taekwondo, or Judo, so it's an influence of the national sport of the people who are living in Asia. Yeah, of course. So we appreciate the continental games, and we appreciate the games what you had in specific country in different continents, for sure, yes.
Thank you, ma'am. We'll be moving forward into the felicitation ceremony. We have one question. Okay, yeah.
Hello, ma'am. It was a great presentation. I just want to ask one question. Now you have showed all the presentation or magazines and everything you have prepared for the Olympic. So can we make it available in the local languages in India, because India is a diversified country and various languages being spoken in India, and we can make it available. Can we make it available for the youth or the kids in the language they can understand and they can take the interest into it?
Thank you very much for your question. So all the books what we created, and we published in the 30 years 30 books, a huge one, big one, and is in the collection of the International Olympic Committee, in the International Olympic Committee library. So it's open for everybody, so you can use it. And the second, what we discussed yesterday, so as the war in Ukraine stopped and the air traffic started to work, I would like to do a present to your university, a collection, an Olympic English language collection to your university. And if you would like to translate into local languages, I don't see any, you can do it, of course. I'll be very happy to contribute to the development of Olympic education and Olympic science, and for children, Olympic education for children in your respective country.
All right, then thank you, ma'am.
Yeah, thank you very
now,
much.
I would like to call upon Mr. Prithvi Garvan Patel, Advisory Chair of Bharat Center for Olympic Research Education, to felicitate ma'am, please.
Now the gifts are coming. Whoa, whoa, whoa. Thank you.
Thank you, ma'am. Now in a minute we will be moving from Ukraine to Australia. So we'll be having a virtual session by Honorary Professor Jan Jobling. Jan Jobling and born from Queensland. Are you there? Yes, we can.
Hear us?
Yes, we can see you loud and clear and visible too.
Perfect. First of all, thank you for inviting us to do this online and have this many mileage across the ocean to be live from Australia. I will present to you Dr. Jobling, founder of the UQ Queensland Olympic and Paralympic Study Centre, as well as current patron. So over to Ian.
Hello, I'm so pleased to be able to speak to people in India, and it's a delight to be here. We are very, very keen on the Indians. They just got to learn how to play cricket, that's all, and then we'll be okay. Can you hear me?
Yes, sir. Totally.
Okay.
Yeah. Good to go, sir.
What's happened?
So we will talk a little bit about the activities that we have in our research centre. We're also looking very much forward towards the Brisbane 2032 Games, which will happen this year within 7 years. There's a lot of development in our university. We established an office for engagement in the Olympics and Paralympics community, which involves very strategic partnerships, for example, with our National Olympic Committee, with our Paralympic Committee, as well as our national sporting organizations. Additionally, and Ian can elaborate a little bit on that, where the University of Queensland is also working with partner universities across Australia, the University of Queensland being one of the 3 centres in Australia officially endorsed by the International Olympic Committee, and therefore we have a lot of exciting and current projects running, as well as subjects, for example, in Olympic studies, which saw a huge spike and increase in students over the last year or so, almost by 100% increase. Over to Ian, who probably talks a little bit about the foundations of the study centre, as well as what is the future plan for us in Brisbane.
Yeah, the Centre of Olympic Studies, the UQ Centre of Olympic Studies, was established with 2 others in 1998, prior to the Sydney 2000 Olympics. There are 2 others. One was at the University of South Australia, which was headed by John Daly, a track sprint coach who produced a gold medalist in Genus None at the 1984 Olympics. The other one was at the University of New South Wales, with Richard Cashman as the director. We still have the 3 centres, as Bjorn has mentioned. There's this one, which is now called the UQ Queensland Centre of Olympic and Paralympic Studies. Daryl Adair heads up a similar centre at the University of Technology, Sydney, and Dr. Richard Barker is head with Dr. Robert Hess at Footscray Institute, as it's called at this time. So they're the 3 centres that have been going since 1998, and we, at the moment, as Bjorn alluded to, we have 2 other institutions here at the University of Queensland, at the universities in Brisbane. One is a person who is a former student at this place called Dr. Carolyn Rio, and has made inroads through the IOC, and she is an engagement person for the 2032 Olympics at Griffith University in Brisbane. one of our programs at the moment is to monitor what is happening since the change of government in Queensland itself. It is now a Liberal Conservative government, and they decided when they took office at the end of last year that they would have a 100-day reassessment of what may be available and what may happen for 2032 Olympics, particularly the venue. And we all know how costly the main Olympic stadium is. We believe, or many people believe, that the current one that was nominated when we put in a bid for the 2032 Olympics, which was mainly a cricket oval, a very famous cricket oval called the Gabba, now they're saying that that is not quite suitable for the Olympics of 2032. So the key factor at the moment is where may they put an Olympic stadium. There are several venues. I won't go into the details at the moment, but we've only got a couple more weeks before certain decisions have to be made. So we're in a limbo at the moment to be able to talk too much about 2032 because the venue, the key venue, will take up a lot of money, and after that is decided, then I think they will be deciding on some of the other locations. I am semi-retired from the University of Queensland now. As Bjorn said, I'm the patron, honorary patron of the centre, and I'm up in what's called the Sunshine Coast. North of Brisbane is the Sunshine Coast, south of Brisbane is the Gold Coast, and both North and South Coasts are wanting to be very much involved and are very much involved in the Olympics. So I'm particularly involved in the Sunshine Coast, thinking what venues and what activities and sports either before or during the games will be held. So we can't say too much about 2032 at the moment because nobody's too sure about what happens. So I'll hand back to Bjorn.
To add on that, there's a lot of understanding and awareness towards, for example, community projects, engaging students to touch base on the community with projects that are maybe part mandatory, for example, education, as well as rehabilitation, para-sport, athlete enhancement, coaches learning. So there's a lot of students, even bachelor students, postgraduate students that are already doing and committing projects and research in those areas that will touch base on the strategic pillars that will happen in Brisbane 2032. Aside from our school, there's also a School of Health, Engineering, Infrastructure. So there's many conversation at a strategic level being held about how research and how applied science can be crucial and beneficial to the 7 years that we have in front of us for Brisbane 2032.
I wonder whether anybody has any questions to us at the moment, or would you like us to talk about something of interest to the people there?
If there are any questions from the audience, otherwise we'll be ending this session. Anyone, please? All right, so there are no questions. So I guess that was it. Thank you so much, Professor Jobling and Bon. We are thrilled that you have joined us directly from Australia, and we would like to felicitate from here itself, from BCORE to directly Queensland. I would request cameraman to focus. Yes, directly we would like to felicitate you from BCORE. Yeah.
Thank you so much.
Oh, thank you. Appreciate that.
Thank you so much, sir, both of you, for joining. Thank you so much.
And may the peace of Olympia be with you all.
Thank you so much, sir. Okay, after that quick session from Ukraine to Australia, we'll be moving back to the Europe, Poland, and we'll be having a quick session again by Mr. Grigor Botmina, Director of Polish Olympic Studies and Research Center. He'll be joining in a minute, and we'll be talking upon ethical and transparent practices, ensuring fairness and integrity in the organization. Join. Okay, by the time the professor joining, we would like to showcase a video given by Colonel Rant of Olympic Mission Wing.
The Indian Army not only protects the nation, it protects our dream. It empowers, inspires, and uplifts the dreams of billions. Sharpening focus, packing punches, acing the pace, leaping high, leaping long, hitting the bullseye, aiming for golden throws. Our Olympic wing has been a ray of hope, nurturing the finest talents from parades to podiums. Our athletes have conquered the world stage, adding glory to the tricolor. A place where discipline meets excellence and victory is forged with sweat. We stand together in unity, excelling in the world stage.
Thank you. So we have joined with Ms. Deepa Malik. I request everyone to give her a big round of applause. And we have among with us other para sports athletes. I request everyone to give them also a very big round of applause. And also DG SAG Sports Authority of Gujarat as well as for joining straight from Gandhinagar. All right, we welcome you to the first International Olympic Research Conference. A quick insight about Dr. Deepa Malik. First of all, Padma Shri Khel Ratna Arjun Awardee, first Indian women Paralympic medalist, South Asian Sub-Regional Representative Asian Paralympic Committee, member Disability Advisory Committee Government of UP, Uttar Pradesh, former President Paralympic Committee of India, and of course Limca World Record holder for adventure sports, conferred in 3 and also conferred honorary 3 PhD degrees. She is also a winner of 5 President. The list is on and on. So with all my heart and with all of RRU and BCORE, we would like to welcome you, ma'am. Thank you so much for being here. We'll be starting a quick session which was scheduled in another 2 minutes. as we are still facing some challenges regarding joining of our virtual guest, we would like to showcase to Deepa ma'am and to our guest the RRU video.
Rashtriya Raksha University. Rashtriya Suraksha Sarvopari. A safe, secure, and developed nation requires the inculcation of the highest ideas of citizenship and citizen-centric services with intellectual acumen, more commitment, and professional competence. To inculcate these eternal values and ethos into every citizen, and to create well-trained personnel in the field of national security, the Honorable Prime Minister of India and the then Chief Minister of Gujarat, Shri Narendra Modi, envisioned a university for national security. Rashtriya Raksha University. Rashtriya Suraksha Sarvopari. Rashtriya Raksha University earlier functioned as Raksha Shakti University. The university was transformed as an institution of national importance under the Ministry of Home Affairs by the Parliament of India on the 1st of October 2020. RRU aims to provide an academic research training ecosystem for national security and policing in India and to friendly foreign countries, laying new benchmarks and standards with the help of qualified, committed and motivated academic and practitioner faculty from India and abroad. With the guidance and patronage of the Honorable Union Home Minister Shri Amit Shah, RRU is laying a strong foundation and preparing a pool of dedicated young women and men who are aspiring to serve the nation in strengthening its security and contribute to development through serving in armed forces, Central Armed Police Forces, Central Police Organizations and State Police Organizations, as well as private, corporate and industrial security organizations. Spread over 230 acres land in Lavad, Gandhinagar, generously donated by the Gujarat government, RRU has been receiving support from the successive leadership of Gujarat since 2010. And is being nurtured by the committed institutional leaders. RRU covers all aspects of national security and works for smart police. Certificate, diploma, undergraduate, postgraduate and doctorate degree programs are offered in these areas. Security and Scientific Technical Research Association, SASTRA, and the Atal Innovation Center are India's first national security innovation centers with an objective to facilitate a quadruple way engagement between academia, innovators, industry, and the government for innovation, incubation, and technology acceleration in the security space with application of science, engineering, and technology. An aggregator of security-oriented startups, innovators, MSMEs and others, Sastra is an active contributor to the Atmanirbhar and Atma Surakshat Bharat. Global and national experts, practitioners and faculty identify and deliberate on national security challenges and issues, impart contemporary and futuristic training and education, work towards enhancing the police image for their competence, dedication and caring services, as well as empowering women in security. The university aims to create and sustain global footprints for security education. Each school has a particular vision and mission and is equipped with the latest and futuristic technology laboratories and tools. The university functions through specialized schools,
RRU, contributing to the Indian Technical and Economic Cooperation Program of the External Affairs Ministry, is reaching out to friendly and like-minded nations across the globe, emerging as a contributor to the global security knowledge resource base.
Ensuring effective national security today is a far more complex task. It requires more interdisciplinary training and education and varied experience. As India rises, these challenges will grow because the stakes for us and the stakes for the world will be much higher.
Training and Executive Development Directorate contributes to Karma Yogi mission of the Capacity Building Commission through basic and advanced programs in all aspects of security. Raksha Shakti School, an innovative education platform started in Gujarat, aims to prepare young people from the age of 10 years onwards through education and skills to serve the safety and security of the people of the nation. Academic recognition of security and police personnel aims to ensure meaningful social reintegration of retiring personnel, besides offering them opportunities to serve the security ecosystem through startups and incubation. Policy-oriented research and publication of reports and papers, besides joint research projects with like-minded institutions across the globe, create a narrative for the rule-based international order. Extension and outreach activities, NCC and NSS programs make learners fully aware of societal realities. RRU campuses across the country and beyond national borders connect the regions and provide learning, training and research opportunities to security aspirants and in-service personnel round the year.
राष्ट्रीय रक्षा शक्ति यूनिवर्सिटी अपना व्याप बहुत तेजी से बढ़ाने जा रही है। अब तेजी से सभी क्षेत्रों में जाकर अपना एक एक कैंपस कम से कम खुले क्षेत्रवार, इसकी चिंता करेगी।
As a center of excellence in national security and defense management and a global leader in internal security, correctional administration and police, RRU hosts learners, thinkers, strategists, practitioners and policymakers to think, deliberate, propose and implement high standard security education, research and training. RRU is honored to serve the nation for the Sashakt Atmanirbhar Bharat mission with renewed confidence and courage.
आज हमारा राष्ट्रीय रक्षा विश्वविद्यालय देश के विश्वविद्यालयों में एक अपनी साख, एक अपनी विश्वसनीयता बनाता जा रहा है।
Rigorous examination, round-the-year incubation, internship and placement, student welfare programs, financial administration, health and safety care, efficient and timely provisioning of procurement and support services, internal oversight, quality control and assurance, hostel administration boost the realization of the core mandate of the university. RRU at glance.
यूनिवर्सिटी देश का गहना है, जो राष्ट्र की रक्षा के लिए यहाँ जो चिंतन, मनन, शिक्षा, ट्रेनिंग होगी, वो राष्ट्र रक्षा के लिए आने वाले कालखंड में देश के अंदर एक नया विश्वास पैदा करेंगे।
Rashtriya Raksha University, the emerging global address for security education.
Thank you, team. Now I request Dr. Deepa Malik ma'am to please come on the dais, and we'll be starting with her presentation first. I request everyone to give ma'am a big round of applause. Safety and inclusion in Indian sports. Ma'am, please.
Can you hear me? Yeah, hi. Good morning, pranam, namaskar. I'm grateful to Rashtriya Raksha Academy and Vice Chancellor Mr. Patel, Director Utsav, members of the Commonwealth Federation, and all eminent guests, and above all, Kanti Bhai, Chandra sir, and the members of the Para Gujarat Sports Association. I thank for making this session inclusive. I thank that you are beginning the day with the story and journey of a Paralympian. And I was told that I want this session is going to be about 40 minutes of my speaking time, and I said, what better than sharing my life journey, a journey which was time and again introduced to disability, but time and again I found an opportunity in disability because my medium was physical fitness, adventure sports and sports. It was the magic of sports which always changed my identity from a disabled, dependent, sad, patient, wheelchair-bound person to the identity of an international para-athlete who won laurels for India and henceforth got the awards and rewards and a life of dignity, empowerment, and an opportunity for me to bring about a bit of a change that I wanted to see around me. And that's why I say that I refuse to be anybody's stereotype. I have to take you to, which side do I point? That side? Yeah. So this is a childhood picture. I was second born to my parents. I was very, very active child. I always loved outdoors. But this didn't last too long. By the age of 5 years, my parents discovered that I had started limping, gradually losing the power in my lower limbs, and admitted in the hospital for the longest time. I saw my parents struggle in their timetable. I saw them juggling between my father's defense services duties, and that makes me even more proud being here at the Rashtriya Raksha Academy today, because I'm a daughter of an army officer, I'm sister of an army officer, I am wife of an army officer, and I'm daughter-in-law of an army officer. So this place has special meaning and special affection for me. And moving forward, in the years where I was barely 5.5, 6 years old, and I was admitted in the hospital, I would often see my mother cry in the corner of the room. However much they were trying to make things easy for me, they were running around between hospitals, offices, between taking care of my elder brother who was also barely 7 years old. I would often wonder, as a kid I would never realize, but I used to get a lot of toys, I used to get a lot of storybooks, I used to get a lot of pampering, a lot of uncle, aunts would come and see, and yet I would see my mother cry. But as I finally got the diagnosis, the doctors found a tumor in my upper spine. I was operated, and after the operation started my rehabilitation. Now when the rehabilitation began, I was put in chest braces, leg braces, and it was very painful. बहुत दर्द होता था, straps जहाँ बनते थे वहाँ पे छिल जाता था. I used to get prickly, I used to get blisters, I used to get skin infections wearing that. But it was important because my body was growing, and the deformities of any kind post paralysis had to be avoided. And at that point of time, my doctors and my father especially, he, being an army man, he used to give me a lot of josh, and he used to give me a lot of pep talk. I used to say, no Deepa, we got to do it, come on, focus at the larger picture. And then they discovered a way, if crawling or balancing to get the strength back in the body, the physiotherapist, instead of calling it rehabilitation, started calling it sport of the day. He started saying, today we are going to, push a ball and then chase it, and, crawl and behave like a dog, and we're going to do a fetch game. Or he started innovating very new things for me to start practicing. And I realized that whatever was told to me as a medical exercise was more interesting when it converted into a sporting activity or activity which had better interest for me. At the same time, I learned the major lesson of my life. My father told me, Deepa, focus on the larger picture. The larger picture today is to walk again. And whenever you have to achieve a larger goal in life, you have to get rid of the discomfort, the pain, step out of your comfort zone. The other thing was, if today you can stand for 5 minutes, tomorrow you will get the strength to stand for 10 minutes, maybe 15 minutes later on. You try to walk 4 steps with the help of calipers and walker, you will be able to walk 100 steps. In short, I learned to push my boundaries, I learned to raise my own bar. So actually, the disability gave me that subconscious ability of pushing my comfort zone and pushing my limits and pushing the boundaries and raising my own bar, and that became a lifelong lesson. Well, I walked again, and I was absolutely fine after that. I grew up liking adventure sports. I fell for the love of wheels. Sometimes I say maybe I was so much in love of wheels that the wheels came back in my life in the form of a wheelchair, which I actually call my wheelchair. I never call it a wheelchair. And this was a young me. I was a very unconventional girl of 80s. Back then in my country, India, a girl biking around was not such a common sight. But I always say that my marriage was love come arranged. My love for bikes got my marriage arranged, because literally I told that whoever is going to gift me a bike will be getting married to me, and eventually a young officer from Indian Army did come forward to gift me a bike, and then the life became a fairy tale. Life was a fairy tale. We did a lot of biking, and he was also a very keen sportsman. He was a shooter and a gold medalist from university games, and he played all troop games. He was a very popular officer because he could merge, mix, and be with the troops. And I think that one thing I learned, that he made a good leader and a good officer because he played sports with the Jawans, with the troops. So it was very easy for him to relate to them, and that's again the power of sports. When you're playing football, handball, basketball, you're playing cycle polo, and you're playing these games, team games, it gives you an edge to become a better leader, even in defense services, I would say. And so it was an outdoorsy life, everything was perfect. And our first daughter was born. Devika came into our lives, and Devika started walking, and I started reliving my childhood through her tiny steps. Because मुझे लगता था बचपन मेरा पूरा ऐसे ही गुजरा और अस्पताल में गुजरा. मुझे अपने बचपन के चलने की यादें नहीं थी. बट अपनी बेटी की टांगों में मैं अपने कदम ढूंढती थी बचपन के. बट इट डिडंट लास्ट टू लॉन्ग. एट 14 months she stepped out. By mistake, the main door was left open when the domestic help left. The dogs chased a cow on the street. She ran out. She got hit by a biker on the road. She had a terrible head injury, and the left half of her body got paralyzed. She had hemiplegia on one side due to internal bleeding and impact on the brain. And we took her to the same Pune Command Hospital, which was the best defense services hospital. And I looked at her and I said, why me, why again? Because it was in the same hospital I had spent 4 years, and it was a neurological paralytic case. But it was devastating. It was, I was angry, I was frustrated at the same time. But once again, that whole possibility of rehabilitation and introducing proper exercises in our life, I was just about, getting over that shock. Meanwhile, I had my younger daughter, Ambika, came into our lives. But soon after the delivery of the second child, I started limping again, and my tumors were back. And this time my tumors were back with a vengeance, and the doctors barely gave me 7 days to celebrate walking. They said the tumor is originating from within the spinal cord, and to remove all the infections, we have to cut it, remove it properly. They said either you will die because it's a redo surgery, the infection can spread to the brain, or, whatever happens, but you're not walking again. I think once again the defense services background helped me, because that was also the time my husband was at the Kargil war. It was June 1999 when this surgery was there. He was not there. There was no way to reach out to him. And but when I reached the hospital, I was in RR Hospital, New Delhi, Dholakua. Every hour, a helicopter was landing, getting the war casualties from the war zone of Kargil. And when I went through that hospital, the entire hospital was converted into almost like an ICU, because so many soldiers had got hit by a bullet in the head, or a mine blast, or a bomb blast, or a shelling victims. And I saw them smiling. They had lost an arm, they had lost a leg. They were not able to see because of the bullet. Some of them were quadriplegic, some of them were paraplegics, with still the shell particle in their body. And I walked through that, and they were smiling, and they were comparing their injuries. They said, I lost a leg. He said, oh, you lost a leg? I lost 2. So I am more patriotic. I am more in love with my country. I saw that. I said, these are the young men who were commissioned into the army because they were physically fit. That was the first condition whenever you get into any defense services or any paramilitary force services. You have to be the fittest of the fittest. So I said, but yet they are not angry with themselves. And at the same time, I was somebody who had a medical condition. Who was I to crib? I took that inspiration from them. I underwent the surgery. And somehow the army life and the defense services life gave me that ability to prepare, because every time there is a plan B taught to a soldier, to an army officer. And I also started thinking that what can I do better? So even before I left for my surgery, my family was in Jaipur. I got the ramps made, I modified the bathroom a bit, I put away my expensive clothes, I put my jewelry in the bank locker, I went and met my daughter's teachers, I arranged for a microwave, it was just coming into India that time, and it said that without fire you can reheat the food. So I bought that gadget in the house. I even borrowed a special bed and a water gel mattress from a friend's hospital. Whatever best I could do, I got myself prepared to get paralyzed. That's how I say it. And after this, one thing more happened. When I was admitted, with my daughter getting paralyzed and me getting paralyzed was almost 2 decades apart. And there was another half a decade when I got paralyzed again. But between these gaps, everything changed. India reached, I think the world reached the space, we landed on the moon, computers started coming in, technology, science, there was progress all around. But there wasn't much progress when people started commenting about the disability. Nothing had changed, and I had realized why my mother dropped a tear in the corner of the room, because there was so much of ambiguity, there was so much of misconceptions, there was so much of taboos and stereotypes around disability. Oh my God, this woman has got disabled, she has a disabled child, how is she going to be a good mother, how is she going to be a homemaker, how will she travel along with her husband in the army life because they get transferred to remote areas. कैसे होगा, माँ भी अपंग, बेटी भी अपंग, ये घर में खुशी तो आएगी ही नहीं. There was, and so much of expenses now will increase with their rehabilitation, with the special arrangements, with trying to create accessibility. And I think all these doubts made me less handicapped and people around me more handicapped. Why? Because they were not thinking of any solutions around disability. And why were they not thinking any solutions around disability? Because probably they were not used to seeing people in disability moving around. And that needed to change. And I started learning my new body. I started taking my rehabilitation seriously. And I had to do that because I had no option. I had to bring up a child in disability. So as a mother, it was my duty. And post my surgery, I had another complication. The brain fluid leaked out of the side. My body slipped into coma and had to be reoperated. So 3 major surgeries, more than 200 stitches between the shoulder blades, 7 vertebral columns chopped, laminectomy done. Below the chest level, I have no sensation. इसके नीचे पूरा शरीर सुन्न है. Only half my lungs inflate. The rest half are paralyzed. I don't have temperature control in the body. My blood circulation is not as good as a regular human body. I don't have a torso balance. I can't raise both my arms together. And I have spastic paraplegia, which means my body gets stiffened up and every 4 hours, 5 hours, मेरे को उसमें physiotherapy करके I have to loosen it up. The biggest challenge that I have been facing for past 25 years, I don't have a bladder or a bowel control. मल और मूत्र की शक्ति अब नहीं है. When to drink water, how much to drink water. If I don't drink enough, my bladder collapses, then I have to be taken to the hospital for catheterization. If I drink too much and not calculate the amount of time I will be out, I end up wetting my clothes. And same thing happens for my stool. When to eat, how much to eat, how to balance the diet, and how to pass the stool. If I end up with constipation, again I have to be taken to the hospital for removal of stool from the body. This is the body in which, and every 2 to 3 years I have to undergo partial chemotherapy and radiation to stop the tumor from growing because they cannot operate anymore. So the body goes to zero and I have to restart the body all over again. So many medical challenges. 55 years of age, but I think I still look hot. Yeah? That's what I learned, and I think that's the biggest lesson you are learning today, that people will look at you the way you look at yourself. I was not ready to look at myself as a disabled, crippled, sad woman. I was Deepa. My body was paralyzed, but my soul was not paralyzed. And why people were not understanding that? I wanted to send out a loud and clear message. I wanted to be that mother for a child who grows up and doesn't feel that the world is unkind. I was the beauty queen in 1998-99 and I won this crown. I was praised for my body. Oh my God, she's mother of two. Look at her, she's so beautiful. And I was up against some models and some, very younger women out there. But for the same body, I was being cursed that, she's going to be a lifelong liability, poor husband, poor this, poor that. But I wanted to add the word fashion, happiness, tourism, travel, fitness to the word paraplegic or disabled. And I say that no medical problem till date stops me from feeling beautiful. And I think I still walk the ramp and I still feel beautiful, and that is what is important. On this journey of ability beyond disability, when I was trying to discover what should I do, I started a garden restaurant, because by then my husband stereotypically infected A, with love, B, with the fact that where am I going to travel with her? And I'm still angry with my husband that why did you ever think that I will not be able to travel and I will not be able to reach out. Again, because there wasn't much awareness around a person with disability, with bladder and bowel challenges. And out of love, he left army. And it took me almost, I think, a decade to forgive him for doing that. I said, why did you do that? But he came home, and parallelly I started running a garden restaurant, and I used to feel that, and trust you me, people used to call me a liability, a financial liability. Having run this restaurant, I started earning 4 times more than my husband's pension. So I became empowered, but I overheard someone say, he left army because he had to come and run the restaurant. She's just a face who is a tax saving excuse, like her disability is being used and they are keeping her happy and her husband is running the show. And that hurt me. I said, I worked so hard running this restaurant purely with my own efforts. He doesn't even know from where the vegetable is coming and how we are marinating chicken and how we are cooking and is the tandoor ready in the evening. He has no clue, and yet only he's getting the credit for it. So I said, now it's time that I do something with my body. And that was the time I started looking for opportunities, and I'm so fortunate that I found an opportunity into sports. At the age of 36, I started off as a swimmer. Parallelly, I also wanted to be a biker. But when I wanted to be a biker, my doctors told me that I need to strengthen my upper body. And I revised my rehabilitation in a more scientific manner, where I was introduced to hydrotherapy. In the quest of being a biker, I became a swimmer. But until I was a swimmer, or I was trying to enter the world of sports, I was still trying to reach out to corporates for funding for my motorcycle, trying to work out a way that I should ride a bike, and riding a bike by a woman with chest below paralysis is going to send shock waves into the society, and I will arrive. But nobody was interested in giving funding to a woman who was chest below paralyzed and was just a homemaker. But by joining the world of sports, by practicing 3 new strokes, entering into the national competition and winning 3 golds in 1 hour, creating 3 national records, and wearing the Indian tracksuit after that, I got credibility. I got credibility of being a fit person, and then the corporates and the funding people believed in me, and I became a biker. I not only became a biker, again, with this body, I became a biker the MTV roadie style, and I also became a biker whom John Abraham used to pick up and put her on the bike, and my daughters used to say, Mom, you are hot and your life is so cool. हमारी मम्मी को जॉन अब्राहम गोदी में उठाता. Incidentally, this actor John Abraham is the Tom Cruise of India. So, I mean, that's for my friends from the other land. So it became a huge news, you know, there's a woman who's 38 years old. All this could only happen because I had acquired physical fitness through sports. And this also gave me a voice. And once I found that yes, by doing these activities, I'm able to change the mindsets. I took it a step higher and I said, let me start making some records, because if my product called Ability Beyond Disability is ready, it needs to reach people outside into the masses. The only way to reach the masses is by way of media. And why will media talk about me? Because we did not have social media those days. It wasn't. This is still 2008, 2007. The Instas and the Facebooks had really not taken over the way of communication as it is today. It is a very strong medium. So what do? Can I have that video, please? The Limca record video. Yeah, you're here. So I'll show you a video. I started doing these crazy activities, but I could do these activities at only because parallelly I was a sportswoman. 3 records. Yes, this one.
Now on to the story of a champion who overcame all odds to become a sports star in her own right. Vishal Baristo meets the woman.
Malik has won mentions in the Limca Book of Records in 2 different categories. In January this year, she set a new record for riding a special bike for 55 kilometers at a stretch. She backstroked against the Yamuna currents for a kilometer.
I trained for 3 months at Lakshmibai National Institute of Physical Education in Gwalior. And it was hard work because my coach told me we don't get permissions in my disability category. They don't allow people in my disability category to take that open river water swimming. It has never been done in India before. And I had to really take a special permission and convince them that I want to do this.
यमुना किनारे दीपा को लेकर लोग नदी की तरफ बढ़े तो सब देखने को बेचैन थे कि दीपा तैरेगी कैसे। जिसका जिस्म बेजान हो, लकवे से जिसके पैर न हिलते हो, वो तैरेगी कैसे? पर दीपा ने तैरना शुरू कर दिया।
Very proud that I'm back from a Leh Ladakh exhibition drive, which I did in my vehicle, driving as one of the drivers. 3,000 kilometers in 10 days, covering 9 high altitude passes on the highest motorable roads, doing an average of 300 kilometers per day at an average high altitude of 15,000 feet above sea level. And the rallies and all these, they made me a focus. I always say disability gave focus to my life, and it also gave direction to my life. And soon these Limca records started happening, and the crippled Deepa, the dependent Deepa, was now being called the biker Deepa, the rallist Deepa, the Deepa who's always taking part in car rallies and everything. And post that, I also undertook another drive, and this time this drive was about para sports. I started from Chennai and I came to Delhi, and I was talking about para sports because I realized that that was a huge medium of social integration, of fitness, of self-esteem, of self-empowerment. And we still did not have policies in place. We still not have. People used to ask me when I said I play para sports, the educated people from my educated surroundings used to say, how do you jump from a parachute from the plane when you are paralyzed? How do you land? I said, why do you ask me that? And they said, because you said you do para sports. I said, para sports doesn't mean paratrooping or it means parallel sports. So that was when I was at the Commonwealth Games in the international zone. That was the first time, I think that was a watershed moment. That was the first time Indian government, Indian authorities were having disability sports amalgamated with the Olympic sports, and because of the format of the sport, we had everybody working towards inclusive infrastructure and everything, but the media was still not used to reporting it. So they suddenly looked at me, and my daughter was my attendant for that particular, my disability category gives an attendant, and they asked, what will Indian players play? They are already injured and moving around on a wheelchair. So my daughter turned around and said that, no, she is a para-athlete. She's supposed to play like this. She is not an injured player. She is a para. And it was difficult for media to even understand what was that. But I think that 2010 Commonwealth Games changed a lot in our country. But prior to that, I decided to do this. And everywhere I went, with every media conference I did, this story was blogged by Business Standard and cardekho.com, and it had the maximum hits. Can you imagine that year I won the award of maximum hits to a story on a website. I didn't even know what that award was because I had no knowledge of information technology but that meant that people were accepting it and their change was welcome. And post that I also took to athletics because cold water and long body was not doing well in the water. I had to change my sport, which was a smart decision because amputees with no paralysis were doing far better than me. They say the goals should always be smart. They should be specific, measurable, attainable, realistic and time bound. I was already 40 and my time was running out in the sports career age wise, but so I decided to change. And when I started the javelin, again, there was shortage of fundings. One javelin cost 1 lakh rupees if you take the carbon fiber javelin in Indian currency. And I said, where will the funding come? I closed my restaurant. I shifted to Delhi during the Commonwealth Games. And then I decided to continue to play. To raise funds, I had to become a motivational speaker. I started talking at the institute. I started talking. This was a win-win situation because I would get some money. And at the same time, I was able to spread the message of how empowering the para sports are. I also started knocking the doors of the bureaucrats, the politicians. I studied and researched along with my daughters about how the other countries are doing. We were able to take some good contacts during the Commonwealth Games 2010 and then get their policies in their countries. And can you imagine a homemaker woman who was just bringing up 2 children, happily married, never worked in her life, was appointed as the member of 5-year planning commission as appointed by the HRD division of Ministry of Sports to formulate policies for para sports. That's the change. If you take the initiative, you can create a difference. And after this, some funding started coming and I could travel. I could really travel the world. I represented the country. Every time I won a medal, my voice became strong. This is from the Commonwealth Games. You will have to see this picture. And moving forward, I do not stand up when the national anthem is played. But the power of sports and the power of para sports is that every time I won a medal, the tricolor went up and 140 crore Indians stood up because the national anthem was played if I won a gold. And having traveled the world, but again, a very challenging moment came in my life. And this is very interesting story when we talk about sports. I was preparing for javelin. I had already got 2 Asian consecutive records in my disability category of F53. I had also won a medal at the World Championship. And I was getting ready for the Paralympics. 2000 London didn't happen for me, 2012. And my event changed. My event changed, and the only time I had to qualify was Doha World Championship. The qualification mark was 3.60 meters. I threw barely 3.67 meters. Shot put happened. There was only 11 months left for the competition, and this was my last chance to qualify. I qualified, and by then, thanks to the policies and thanks to very kind intervention and focus from Honorable Prime Minister Narendra Modi, the Target Olympic Podium scheme was introduced for even para athletes. I was one of the first beneficiaries of the TOPS scheme, and I got the liberty to customize my, I got the right wheelchair, I got the right throwing frame, I got the right nutritionist, I even got a biomechanics trainer, an injury management trainer, I had a coach, I had the right nurse for catheterization, I could avoid falling ill again and again due to urinary tract infections. I started focusing, the science had come into my, and when 11 months later the final selection trials happened, there was only one quota allocation for one female para athlete because number of athletes playing in women gender was so less that we only got one quota for a para athlete to play. And in that, I had to, literally, when I went there and I threw a 4.48 meters. 4.48 meters was far ahead of 3. The disbelief was so much that I was taken to the High Court that she has cheated into her selection because there was absence of science and nobody even in para sports were ready to accept the increase. And with that, but I'm glad I had my mental trainers and my sports psychologists by my side. They never let that affect me. I went to play at the Rio Paralympics, which is my highest sporting honor. And when I reached there, I performed. I want to play my last video. I want you to focus on the result. 3.67 taken to 4.48 trials, which took me to High Court in disbelief of my fellow para athletes and what I perform for my country at the games.
F53 final, this a seated throwing event, and this is Deepa Malik of India. All the throws happening together. Malik, who's won silver in the shot in the 2011 World Championships. She's from New Delhi. It was a decent one out towards 5 meters here. And that's 4.61.
Well, here's history. India's first ever female Paralympic medalist in any sport. Deepa Malik picks up the silver. From New Delhi, silver medalist in the javelin at the 2014 Asian Games. First major championship was actually in Delhi for the Commonwealth Games in 2010. They have a strong parasports program embedded within. But Deepa Malik receives India's historic silver.
So, and this changed the life. I'm so happy that after this I also got an opportunity to be the president of the Paralympic Committee of India. We received 12 medals from 1968 to 2016, all in Paralympics, and just one female medal. But I'm so proud during my tenure, and with all the support of the right policies, the right inclusive funding programs that government has now designed, the research that Sports Authority of India is now doing, and the federation governance is now athlete-centric. Imagine in just 4 years, in gap of the Paralympics, we were able to make 48 medals for the country, and 14 more female medals have got added in just Tokyo and Paris episode. So that's the power of sports, and I'd also love to share what happened to my daughter who also got hemiplegic and paralyzed. I'm so proud that she trained in Nadia, Gujarat under the able guidance of Sports Authority of Gujarat, and also Para Gujarat Committee, Kanti Bhai is here, and Deepa Malik also went on to become the national record holder of 100-200 meters in T37 category. We are the only mother-daughter duo in the world who played together at the Grand Prix and won medals for the country. And today she is also a President awardee. She has also represented India at the Para-Asian Games. That's the power of sports. It not only improved my life, but it improved and gave an opportunity for the next generation. That's the power of sports. So I, from this platform, I'm grateful to you for encouraging sports and make an appeal that please, as you go along, keep it inclusive and keep para sports mainstream. Thank you so much. Thank you. Very sweet of you. My book is out there. There are more stories. You can pick up my autobiography. I can sign it for you. It's called Bring It On, and it's right there. Thank you for those who made an attempt to stand up and give me a standing ovation. I'm grateful. Oh my God, now all of them. Thank you. Thank you. Thank you so much. So you want me here? Okay.
Dr. Deepa, biker Mega, also legendary Mega. Legendary Deepa, sorry.
Thank you.
We will be starting with our panel discussion. For panel discussion, I would like to call upon Mr. Nachata Singh Johal, CEO, TOPS, Colonel Anand Kumar, Mission Olympic Wing, Indian Army, Mr. Rohan Vyavaharkar, Global Head of Partnerships and Strategic Communications, Sports for All. I request everyone to give them a big round of applause. I also request Sanjana Gill ma'am from ASTS to kindly come forward for the moderation of the session. Ma'am, please.
Hi, good morning. Am I audible? Henna? So, first of all, let's welcome the para team here, our representatives from the para sports. Thank you so much for being here. Right. And second of all, we have an amazing panel here. I don't have to talk about Deepa, right?
Enough said.
Yeah, but what I learned from her is that she's not sorry about any situation, you see. I'm a sports scientist by profession, and I sit as the director of AISTS India, which is a sports education institution. So when I started my journey in the sports world in 2002 at High Performance, when I had to work with the boys and the men of sports, it wasn't the most smooth ride, I can tell, as much as the individuals that work with me accepted me for who I am. I did have to forget that I'm a woman most of the time. I had to become one of them, right? And there were times when Not so much that I would feel sorry for myself, but I had to accommodate to bring the masculinity in me and push aside the femininity in myself. But then over the years, I've learned how to be myself and also expect acceptance from the world about me. So Deepa, thank you so much for teaching us that. And thank you also for schooling us. We corrected ourselves. We gave you a standing ovation. And that's also, thank you so much for having done that, because, we need to accord what we need to accord, and sometimes when we forget, we get reminded and we learn and grow, right? And then in the panel, we have Rohan. So Rohan comes from Sports for All. Sports for All is an entity that is all-inclusive. I don't want to get into in terms of gender as such. They're super inclusive of age groups, of gender, of any challenges there could be to a sports ecosystem. They work with sports right from the grassroots level. Before Rohan was a part of Sports for All, he's done a lot of work in terms of communication, in terms of branding, in terms of partnerships. The first time I'd heard about Rohan was when he was working with Red Bull, right? And from there to Sports of All. So what Rohan does is, as much as his CV talks about collaborations and partnerships, but basically he's helping us, the ecosystem, educate. He's helping the private entities educate themselves also in terms of what inclusivity is, how they can do their bit into including everyone. And what he also does is he does it practically in terms of showing to the world what can be done, right? India as a sports ecosystem is not the smoothest. There's just so many Indias within India, but Rohan's work is proof that things can change, and things can change at a very good level and take growth and flight from there. So thank you so much, Rohan, for all that you do through Sports for All. We have Colonel Anant. Colonel Anant is the director of Mission Olympic Wing. So a little bit about Mission Olympic Wing. Mission Olympic Wing was set up by the Indian Army to kind of take support from the servicemen to bring medals for India. They took that on as one of their national services. Today, the Mission Olympic Wing has 5 elite nodes. You have the Army Sports Institute in Pune, which houses abundant number of athletes, and I think about 7 sports, if I'm not wrong. That's correct, yeah. We have the Army Rowing Node, where it's consistently supplied the best rowers for the national team of India. We have the Army Para Node, which is also very supportive. It's learning and growing, and I'm sure it takes a lot of help from Deepa as well. We have the Army Yachting Node. Colonel Johal was the ex-commandant of Army Yachting Node, and then there is the Army Marksmanship Unit and MHAU. So since I've spent a lot more time with Army Marksmanship Unit, one thing I can tell about this effort is that if you could take the top 25 elite shooters of India, shooting happens to be top 3 in the world, on the Olympic stage. So if you took, say, the top 25 shooters from India, you'll find a good 50% of them as representatives of Army Marksmanship Unit for India, right? And then Colonel Anant is is a support system to these 5 nodes, the elite nodes of sports for Mission Olympic Wing. Mission Olympic Wing also has the Boys Sports Company and the Girls Sports Company, where they have young children and youth below 18 years of age come into the Army fold, get training, taking them from grassroots to elite levels, and allowing them a good representation of what the youth of India can do, all in the confines of very safe environs of Army system. So I'll let Colonel Anand talk a little more about it through the conversations. And then we have our Olympian, Colonel Johal. He's a sailor. He's represented India in Olympics. He's been the longest standing member of Mission Olympic Wing for about 24 years, right from 2001 to 2024. Of course, he started with the army and he did sailing and a lot of things. He's been an administrator. He's very good with athlete systems, systems that kind of groom athletes to their fullest potential. He's impacted coaching systems in India. He's impacted policies in India. He just retired not long ago as a commandant of the Army Yachting Note, and today he sits in as the CEO of Targeting Olympic Podium Scheme, which is a key program of India that has seen a lot of success and growth in catering to the needs of elite athletes. The elite athletes have to just say it, and TOPS makes it happen for them. So thank you so much, guys. I hope I didn't take too much to introduce them, but trust me, the little information I gave you about them is perhaps, the tip of the iceberg. So in terms of what the focus would be for today's conversations, I'm going to do my best to focus on two aspects. One, of course, we want to look at inclusivity, correct? So the aim today for this conversation is to foster a culture of respect and equal access to all individuals. We'll do our best to focus on the objective, which is to align values of diversity and inclusion in national sporting bodies. So as much as possible, we'll focus our conversation on governance, right? And then the focus to that would be policy development at grassroots levels, initiatives, and certainly the roles of sports organizations, private like SFA, and government organizations like TOPS and MOW, to actually accord inclusive environments. And of course, Deepa is a living example of all that, and we get started there. So if you're ready, I can get started. Are you? Yeah. So Deepa, my first question to you. Okay, so what do you think is the importance of promoting gender equity, equal opportunities and inclusivity across all sports disciplines? If you could share with us case studies in your journey as, you've handled the Paralympic Committee of India. So if you could share your case studies or anything that you've seen that has worked, could be great. Thank you.
I think when we talk about number of medals or growth of a nation in terms of being called a sporting nation, obviously the marker is the number of medals we win. But I always say that the number of medals depends not on the population of a country, but definitely the playing population of the country. And when we are talking about population of a country, we are talking about everyone included, because if we are only focusing on winning medals and we are not focusing on gender equality, then we are missing out on those opportunities to win those laurels for the country. Today I feel so proud that out of 48 new medals won, 14 are contributed by women athletes. And I have a representative who was part of the France Paralympics here, and we were so happy that Paris Games started a new trend of gender neutrality. So there was a very strong focus for the sake of competition, for the sake of the whole preparation of a nation. You had to have women also into the fold of sports, and not just sports, elite sports and sports of a level where you can bring home the medals for the country. Now you said case study. Let me give you an example of us winning medals. If we take the statistics, we had 4 medals in 2016, out of which only 1 was from the female. That is because we were playing only 5 sports. Archery at that point was just an exhibition sport, and we did not have women representation in most of the sports. Moving forward to Tokyo, where only 19 athletes had gone and only 2 women were actually there. One was a bipartite in white. So technically I see it was just 2 women who were participating. And when we come to Tokyo 2020, we had 19 medals won, out of which 3 were women athletes. So you see the graph growing as, and coming to Paris 2024, we had 29 medals, out of which 11 were female medals. Now, if those women were not playing, our count would have been different, definitely different. And women even contributed to gold medals that put us on the medal tally on the 18th position. So, and similarly, if I talk about the Asian Para Games 2022, which happened in 23, we had 17 sports in which India was participating in the Para-Asian Games, out of which 16 had women representation, because the 17th sport was only men blind football. So there was no female participation even in the competition there. So the fact that the moment you have women also playing and you have gender neutrality and you can put your nation in a better position to be called a sporting nation. How a nation treats its women, its persons with disability and senior citizen reflects into the world the health of a nation. And when you embody women in the sports ecosystem, it clearly shows that yes, the country is on path of Viksit Bharat and will always be recognized as a developed country or a country on the right path of development.
Thank you so much. Thank you so much for that. And you said it, I mean, you're a living example of a woman supporting her daughter, doing what she needs to do. And I think when we talk about the impact of sports, it's generational health, correct? And in the Indian ecosystem, as much as men are seen as the providers in terms of economy, men also latch on to women as the ones who are growing the ecosystem within the family. So women do make a lot of decisions on what happens in terms of activities. So if more women could be included, it would be great. Thank you. And it's good to see how India has consistently improved in its representations. Is it enough?
If you allow me, I may
Sure.
add, I'm really blessed to have a leader in Narendra Modi ji, because under his able leadership and the governance, I'm very proud to say that at one point when I was the administrator, the Paralympic Committee had a Deepa Malik as the president. The Indian Olympic Association had PT Usha madam as the president. A secretary sports, Sujata Chaturvedi madam. Executive director was Radhika Shriman. NADA director general was Ritu ma'am. So we had the basic pillars of sports led by, and today we also have a Minister of State Sports as a woman. Raksha ma'am is our Minister of Sports for the state. So we see now that the major pillars are women in the ecosystem, and I'm really proud to see this shift and change. And this will definitely bring more women in the ecosystem, not just the athletes, but including various other roles of women into the sports.
Sure. Thank you. So I'll pass the mic to you, Rohan. I see you as one of the ambassadors for Sports of All, an ambassador of inclusivity. So what are your thoughts on the importance of inclusivity at a private setup?
I mean, let me start with the question I'll ask everyone is, only the men in the house. How many of you have ever thought or wondered whether it's safe to play on a playground? Like literally no one. Now the women in the house, how many of you have ever had to think a little bit about, is this ground safe? Can I play here? Am I okay wearing what I'm wearing? How many of you have ever had that thought? I see one hand and maybe a couple of back at the back. So the point is that as a country, as a society, there is a difference when girls play and when boys play. And I think therefore we are automatically, we as a society, there is a strong requirement, need almost, for us to create not just safe environments, but also people who are role models, and we have to create demonstration effects. So actually, if you sort of think about it, and what we do at Sports for All, which is an organization that's looking to create a culture of sport in India, we're trying to create opportunity and access for every child in India to be able to play sports. And through that we've created IPs where school kids and 150,000 kids actually go through our system every year. It's the equivalent of 15 Olympic Games in 9 cities. And what we're learning is that more and more girls do want to play. A lot of these children, not just the girls but the boys as well, are being brought there by their mothers.
Sure.
And a lot of these mothers have never actually played sport in their life. So what we're doing, and this is just one attempt, and there are several out there, and what we're saying is that let us make role models of everybody who not just play sport but also enable sport and also supports an ecosystem that allows sport to thrive. Right? And what that actually means is that we also have about 40% of our workforce is all women, which if anybody working in the sports environment, and that's pretty much above the norm. We had a 60% increase in female participants in our championships year on year. We're now at about 37%. We're not there yet, but we're determined to get to 50-50. And the fact is that we actually have days like She is Gold Day, where we'll celebrate every single women participant. Not just the participants, but also their coaches and anyone else who is a woman or a girl, to encourage them to be able to play in sport. And I think that's just our small attempt, but I think there is a massive opportunity for us to be able to celebrate the women who are overcoming a lot of social biases and in general societal structures and norms that are keeping them from participating, and you see the benefits as well, right? There's enough research to suggest that when girls actually get out, they are actually getting a lot more benefit than some of the boys, and Deepa ma'am was talking about numbers. I'll just throw a small one at you. Since Karna Maleshwari won her medal in 2000, we've won I think about 21, and someone please fact check me, but 21 medals in individual medals, and 9 of those have come from women, and the women have only been about 30% of the contingent, right? So you talk about disproportionate returns, and it's very clear, where the benefits of greater inclusivity at a societal level would come from.
Sure. Thank you so much, and thanks. A big shout out to all those who enable, women to participate, because of course the moms. My mom didn't do sports. Well, in my case, I had to run away from home to do sports actually, or become a part of the sports ecosystem. After high school, I was not allowed to, but there was that kida inside of me. But then you're so right, it's not just the ones actively involved in sports, but also the systems that, do that, and SFA is an example to it. So talking about enabling, let me move the mic to Colonel Anant. The Mission Olympic Wing, early this year, or last year, sorry, we're in 2025. You guys started the girls' sports company, right? Rohan also brought up the point, or started the conversation with this aspect of safety, right? So when the Mission Olympic Wing was establishing this girls' sports company, incidentally, I was having conversations with ASI Pune and Army Marksmanship Unit where they got started. And when I spoke to the commandants on what is their plan, there's this bunch of young girls that are going to join the system, where you have these alpha males, alpha coaches, just alpha, because this is a high performance center, a node. And of course, these are young alpha links, so to say. But then what about their safety? And what touched me, and what was very common in the conversations with the commandant is, they very strongly felt, rather than thinking about how to keep them safe, we should be starting from the assumption that this is the safest place. If an army node is not the safest place for women, then what is? You see? So I'd love for you to throw light on that.
So the point is adequately highlighted. Post-Paris, there was an introspection done, and the solution to India doing well in LE Olympics, be it 36 what we bid for, or or any future game of that magnitude is inclusivity of women in it. And this idea the time has come for this idea to go through. We've had a lot of iterations, we had a sports conclave. The topmost conclusion which Army has been able to draw is that we cannot do it without women. We cannot reach the numbers, we cannot contribute in the same way which we possibly want to top-notch pointers which were part of the takeaways have been inclusivity of women, and Army needs to figure out how we can we've been male dominated, the avenues have started opening, but how we can accentuate the idea faster is what we are looking at, and a lot of studies and research is going on to how we can get it going. And second important pointer was Paralympics. We've got a node which is running. We have been successful in getting the Ministry of Social Justice and Equality help us create this into a center of excellence at Pune. We have funds being allotted. I think that is a major step in pushing for Paralympics, ma'am. You would be aware of this. However, getting women in, I think we need to do much more. All studies, all type of analysis of all previous Olympic Games, all the winning nations bring out that women participation has been more than men participation, and women contribute 56% of the medal tally for any nation who has till date topped the charts at Olympics. So the facts that have been brought out by Rohan, or which Deepa ma'am have highlighted, that we cannot do it without women, and I need not say much more than this. We need inclusivity. We need to create a culture where equal opportunity is afforded for women to come forward and take their rightful place in contributing towards this national goal of 2036.
So Colonel Anant, now it's time you start calling it Mission Olympic Paralympic Wing Indian Army. You have to rename it.
We never kept Paralympics separate. It is a Mission Olympic Wing, and Paralympic is part of the Mission Olympic Wing. We didn't, name semantics does not matter, man. It's one of them.
It does.
So before thank you so much, Colonel Anand, for that, and Deepa, you got what you wanted. So now before I pass the mic to Colonel Johal, I thought I should talk something about Olympism, because I see him as a walking example, living example of Olympism in whatever he's done. I've worked very closely and also intimately at a personal level. We've had a lot of conversations, arguments. Now, Olympism seeks to build a better, more inclusive world through sport, to reinforce respect, excellence, and friendship. The Olympic Charter emphasizes diversity, inclusion. It states, and I quote, "The practice of sport is a human right that every individual must have the possibility of practicing sport without discrimination of any kind. And in doing so, the key aspects of diversity and inclusion are gender equality, cultural and national diversity, inclusion of para-athletes, respect for different beliefs and identities, and youth and age inclusion." So, through my conversations with Colonel Johal, who we lovingly call Nash, so I've never had any reflection from him or his thought process where he separates a male and a female athlete, correct? Where he separates a para-athlete to a non-para-athlete. It has always, the conversations have always been about athletes, the ecosystems, because he does not see any discrimination or differences in terms of abilities, in terms of what's possible. And we all know anything that's para is in the world of sport across India and everywhere in the world is seen as something that requires extra effort, that requires extra assistance, that requires anything extra and always something special to be done to any environment, be it managing the persons, be it managing the infrastructure, So putting the question to you, Colonel Johal, first of all, why is that you don't see any of this as a challenge? And two, as the rightful CEO of targeting Olympic Podium Stadium, what do you think is kind of, what is the importance of keeping it all inclusive for tops to take this forward?
Before I actually touch on answer your questions, I just want to highlight one thing, which should give you an idea about what the Government of India or the sports ecosystem thinks. Out of 34 Arjuna awardees awarded on the 17th of Jan by the President of India, out of 34, 17 are para-athletes. So we have as the Deepa ma'am said, that in Paris it was a 50-50 gender neutrality. So I can say that between with the para athletes vis-a-vis the other athletes, it is a parity here also. Not only that, one para athlete, Mr. Praveen, was also awarded Major Dhyan Chand. That is the highest sporting honor in the country. Not only that, we also had Shri Subhash Rana, para shooting coach, who was awarded Dronacharya Award. So what I'm trying to highlight is that from the government side, there is no difference. And that is what Dr. Sanjana was also mentioning. And I'm an athlete myself. I have administrative experience. I have managed Indian team. My wife is an international athlete. We have never, actually, I have never differentiated in my mind ever. So, I mean, when somebody puts a question, I'm like wondering why it is so. But I will just highlight a bit of, just to educate the audience about the good work and great initiatives under the leadership of Shri Narendra Modi. We have launched a program called Asmita, that is achieving sports milestones by inspiring women through action. Awesome. So as part of this initiative, it was launched in 21-22. It is specifically targeting only women. So we have Asmita leagues. We have conducted more than 520 league competitions. And all of this is majorly targeting the rural India. So more than 63,000 women athletes have participated. And then we have, there is another scheme called Khelo India, which is targeting the grassroots. That is again all about inclusivity. As part of that scheme, we have created more than 3,000 Khelo India centers. And they don't differentiate between para athletes and the normal athletes. In that, towards empowering women, we have hired 900 players who were not actively participating, and out of that 221 are women. There is a Mission Olympic cell which guides the Sports Authority of India and specifically the Target Olympic Podium scheme, which has all the renowned athletes and administrators, which also includes the President of the Paralympic Committee of India, who himself is a gold medalist in Paralympics. And then we have 5 female advisors in the group. And, so I mean, wherever I see, even at government level, I have just joined 2 months back, I don't see any differentiation at all. And we are proud of, I'm personally proud of, our para-athletes, and as well as our women. We are going to be focusing a lot on the women athletes in very specific disciplines for LA 2028. And for the para-athletes, all the athletes who won medals in Paris were all supported by tops. And even from the day they returned, whatever they have asked for is given. And we will continue to support all the efforts of our para-athletes and bring in more athletes under the umbrella. We are also expanding the scope of the scheme so that we can include more people and we can bring a change. So all in all, everything is moving in the right directions, and We are committed to, we are determined to support women, we are determined to support our para-athletes, and so that the country does well. And we not only, as the government sees it, sports is not only about winning medals. It is also about creating a sports culture, creating a fit India, creating health awareness, starting from the childhood. So that is where Khelo India is specifically targeted. So we are doing a lot, and we will continue to march forward, and wherever any feedback anybody has, I will shortly we will be launching an email ID. Anybody has any idea, you please write to us. We'll be very happy for your valuable inputs and guidance, and we'll try to incorporate that also.
Thank you so much for that. So we have about 9 minutes. So let's achieve something. So for all of us, how about each of you give us an actionable strategy that we can give to break down the barriers for, underrepresented groups. So Deepa, can we start with you? What is one strategy you think we can do as participants, as individuals here? What would you recommend to us?
Recommendation for underprivileged, you said?
So to break the barriers for underrepresented groups.
Okay. I think we have to, like Sir just said, break the taboos that sports will not lead you to any career. Because that is, first you're going to waste time playing, go for tuitions, go to study, go do this. This whole taboo has to be broken, and I think education system can do a lot about it, because it's all about catching them young, it's all about creating that atmosphere. So schools need to take onus. I feel the primary education and the secondary education needs to now also get, so Khelo India is going to be a huge support in that. Awesome. And so that will be good, and I definitely want the infrastructure to be inclusive even at that level, whether it's grassroots, whether it's district level, whether it is any school. They should all start focusing on inclusive education, because when children start playing young, despite gender or disability, when they get that opportunity and exposure to play, that is going to start that culture of sports. Yeah. And majorly another thing which I want to add to this is that I will really appreciate what Rohan said, that they're also involving the mothers to play along with the children. So the previous generation, when contributes, the future can be amazing.
Sure. Thank you so much. Culture it is, and that normalizes things, right?
Yes.
When you catch them young. So Rohan, what do you think is one actionable strategy that can break down barriers of underrepresented groups?
Can I go to?
Two, but you have 2 minutes.
Yeah, I have 2 minutes. So one I think is to be able to just use stories as, we're a nation of storytellers, right? There's a story, everyone has a story.
Yeah.
So if we can tell stories of these sporting champions, and I don't mean, with due respect, I don't mean just the Chandu Champions kind of movies, right? I mean like real stories of kids who are playing at the grassroots, of children who are traveling, and this is a true story of karate teams traveling hundreds of kilometers to play in one competition. Yeah. Those kind of stories, and really getting those stories out there and celebrating those stories. And that's one. And the other is also just creating this idea that competition is not just about winning, it's also about competing, and just creating many more opportunities for competition for children. Because when you lose, and like the slide said, right, when you lose, you can also guide. And I feel like that is the opportunity, because if we take away this whole idea that, academics is about marks and sports is about medals, you're actually sort of taking the life lessons, and you're able to then use those over the long term, and that actually just because as a society with so many divisions in so many ways, it actually will take away a lot of those sort of ideas, and sports is already a great leveler, and it sort of will actually drive a lot more of that level society. So then the benefit is manifold.
Thank you so much for that, Rohan, because failing well is so important in life, because you learn so much more from failure than you learn from success, actually. So thank you. Colonel Anant, what are your thoughts? What do you think is something one thing, what all of us can do?
I think spreading the awareness and what Maria had said, that let's not focus on 2028 or 32 or this. It is a period in between that we need to actually spread the fitness, be it awareness towards getting the culture of sports back into the country. How we can do it, I'm sure we will need to come out with a strategy. However, spreading the awareness that sports is important, be it attributing more percentage of marks, getting it aligned with the education policy, or having it strongly worded in the national sports policy. I guess getting the awareness that sports is important and to develop that culture, I think we need to all participate and we need to spread in our own ways.
And thank you so much for that, because I think it's coming out again and again that educational institutions need to do their bit. In fact, I can assure you, at least with my experience of 9 Olympics and the multitude of athletes I've worked with, the ones who do sports along with education do very well at education because of sport, and do very well at sport because of education. So they really go hand in hand. It's just so important. Not just for the person to be informed, but for the individual to use all parts of the brain and develop into healthy individuals. Thank you. Colonel Johal, what is something we can do? What is something also, if you could give us 2 things. 1, what we can do on our own, and 2, how can all of us support talks in order to support the ecosystem?
First, there is just one initiative which is already Deepa ma'am just said, Khelo India. Khelo India is an initiative launched in 2018. It is primarily targeting grassroots. We have Khelo India school games, we have Khelo India university games, and we also had, actually I forgot to mention, Khelo India Para Games. The first edition was in 2023 December in Delhi. More than 1400 participants from all the unions, territories and states represented in that. So that is another, and all these events are annual, so they are going to continue. As far as you all are concerned, I would only like to give one message, that wherever you go, you also encourage the school children, the parents, to let the children play, and whenever these events are happening at district level, we have some plans. The government has plans to at least have one district level sports school by 2028. And by that we don't mean creation of new infrastructure. We are trying to encourage corporates, we are trying to liaise with the state governments, so that the existing, first of all, the existing infrastructure, and it is not limited only to government. It could be even a private institute. The aim is to have one school operational per district by end of 2028, and we are working very hard and very fast towards that. So all in all, again, I'll come back to the same point. It's not about excellence alone. The Target Olympic Podium Scheme, which I had, is a very specific program, but those players are going to come from these grassroots levels only. So from you all, my request is, when our players are playing, please watch the YouTube feed or watch the channel, increase the viewership of sports, be it any sport, so that more and more, the TRP ratings are up, and the sports also get, other than cricket, of course, cricket is also doing a great job, and even other sports catch up to it. And that is how, if more people are watching, more players will get recognition, and sports will actually, it should not be, another point we are targeting is that as of now, sports is counted as an extracurricular activity. No, it is not extracurricular. It is very much part of the mainstream subjects. So those are the efforts, and I'm sure, if with the support from all of you, we will achieve it in times to come, and sports will be a part of life, even for, not only for kids, even for adults, even for old. The sports may vary, they may not be competing for Olympics, but that sports culture has to come in. Thank you so much.
Thank you. So to parents, I'm a parent to young boys who are 25 and 27 today. They did a lot of sports and very less education, but they already have their own businesses, they have their own jobs, they got on their own at the age of 19. Of course, at the corner of their head, they always compared themselves to those who went to universities, their friends. But you know what? They've been on their own. So to assume that sports is not going to give you a career is wrong. Every sports person does not have to be a coach alone. There's just so many more roles. Like if you look at this panel here, they're all sports people in some form or the other. But there's so much more to a career in sports than just being an athlete and a coach, right? And thank you so much. I need to open the floor. We might take 2 questions. We are running short of time. Is that okay? Yeah. Dr. Purnima?
Good afternoon, everyone, and thank you so much to all the legends sitting over here and spreading the motivation among us. I'm a qualified Paris Paralympian 2024 paracyclist, and this happened in the Indian history after 64 years that 4 paracyclists qualified for the Paralympian this year. This journey, specifically I will talk about me because in India paracycling is not that much aware among the people. I faced lot of problems in terms of ecosystem, resources, and coaching, training, getting training equipment. So far, specifically me, I am the only paracyclist who was not supported at all. I am a single-handedly reached over there. So I'm really definitely seeking because the aspiring athletes like me really needs support. I don't know why my case not reached till the tops or like that way, but I faced hundreds of road accidents. I covered 1,20,000 kilometers to train myself because there was no Indian paracycling coach. I had no training equipment, bicycles. I'm my own nutritionist, rehabilist, or whatever you say. I'm all in one for my reaching till qualifying for Paralympics. So what I want to share is like specifically for the para athletes. Don't just consider the grassroots level or age and all these things, because when we compete at the international level as a para athlete, we compete as per the categories. When you know very well, I started my sport at 40, and specifically through this journey, I believe that medals can be won specifically for the para athlete with only one aim and focus to reach Olympic and won the gold medal. Then only you can win. And specifically when you find such kind of athlete, that must be promoted, that must be supported, not because of their age, but with this guts only this goals could be achieved. And more and more female. In our sport, you will find very less female because there are a lot of risk of getting injuries and train on roads.
Can I?
Yeah.
Can I answer that?
Yeah.
Okay. Firstly, when you say 40, I'm very proud of you because my real career also started at the age of 40. Age has never been a barrier in para sports, and nobody in Target Olympic Podium Scheme, federations in Paralympic sport has ever considered age. If that was the reason, then I would have not been able to win a Paralympic medal at the age of 46 and then make my 3rd consecutive Asian medal at the age of 48 and a half at the 3rd consecutive Asian Para Games. And I was still a member of the Target Olympic Podium Scheme. So I understand when you say that you were the only one alone reaching Paralympics. I appreciate your singular initiative effort, but let me tell you, you cannot reach Paralympics unless a federation is forwarding your name. you are getting the national costumes and ceremonial outfits which are approved by the government of India. Your travel to the Paralympic sport, everything is covered under the scheme of the Paralympic finance scheme that government has. So there has to be a federation in place for you to go. And the fact that you are a pioneering sportswoman in the field of para sports and paracycling in your category, we are at a nascent stage. We are a very young nation when it comes to development of para sports. And it's very recently that the policies have come together, and we have been inducted. Like I said, the first time I got inducted in the Target Olympic Podium Scheme was in 2015, post 2014, the new government came in. And the thing is that there are few sports which are directly handled by the Paralympic Committee, which is only shooting, which is also now diversifying to NRAI. Para athletics, para swimming and para powerlifting comes directly under the ambit of the Paralympic Committee of India. But para cycling and para canoeing, para taekwondo, para badminton, these are other sports which India is now developing, and that comes directly under the other federations who are also now developing. You see, para canoeing was nowhere there, and now we have 2 canoers winning medals at international level. So it always starts with a dot and then the line grows big. You are the beginning of the dot for which we love you. But have you met Aditya Mehta Foundation? They are
Ma'am, I was about to come there,
yes,
but you
because
finished.
Aditya Mehta Foundation is working hard for the paracycling, and it is also now being amalgamated with the Paralympic Committee of India. So,
Ma'am, I was about to come there because I approached Aditya Mehta Foundation.
Be conscious of
Yeah,
the
yeah,
time.
yeah.
If
I
there
was-
is anything
sorry.
else, you please connect with me,
Yeah.
and I will be very happy to connect you with the right people in the system. You already have. So
Yeah, but this is what I really wanted to share. I wanted to connect with lot of people in this regard, because I faced lot of harassment being non-Aditya Mehta Foundation person.
These are, I think, some disciplinary cases that we're going to take it for you.
I have noted your point. You will hear from PCI. Once I go back tomorrow only, I will speak to them. And not only you. We will try and take a number as to who all are.
Yeah, because apart from all these resources, ecosystem, there are a lot of other factors that are
don't worry.
that people are facing.
Yes.
I've heard your point. You will hear from
And
us.
I'm happy you voice it out, because unless we get a feedback as administrators, we can't make the improvement.
Correct,
So
correct.
thank you for
I
calling
do
out.
believe it.
Yeah.
Thank you so much. Yeah.
So thank you for your question. Well, because of time constraints, I'm so sorry, we need to move forward, right? That was a very important conversation, and I'm sure there's so much more, but we'll have to end the conversation here. So thank you for kind of giving all your thoughts.
Thank you.
In making sports respectable, inclusive, and a yes to anyone who's interested in sports. Thank you so much. So thank you, Rohan. Thank you, Deepa. Thank you, Colonel Johal. Thank you, Colonel Anant.
Thank you all the panelists. We would like to kindly please stay back. I would request our Pro Vice Chancellor Sir, Professor Kalpesh H. Wandra, to kindly come up on the stage and facilitate our guest. Sir, please. So first of all, I would request Sir to kindly felicitate Ms. Deepa Malik, former President of Indian Paralympic Committee and a legendary person herself. I request everyone to give her a big round of applause. Next, I would request Sir to felicitate Mr. Nachatra Singh Johal, CEO TOPS. Also to felicitate Colonel Anand Kumar, Mission Olympic Wing, Indian Army.
I will rectify Mr. Colonel Anand Gupta. And also Mr. Rohan Vevarkar, Global Head of Partnership and Strategic Communication, Sports for All. Thank you so much, sir, and thank you all the panel guests for being here and attending the session. Sir, we will request a group photograph, please. A group photograph, please. Also, I would request Pro Vice Chancellor to kindly felicitate Sanjana Kiran ma'am from ASTS also. Ma'am, please. And to join the group photograph as well. A group photograph, everyone, please. A big round of applause for the panel members and the guests. Thank you so much. Thank you, everyone. Now we will be having a quick 10-minute break. We will be coming back in the auditorium for the session of Dr. Chris Jenkins, Commonwealth Federation President. So I request everyone to please adhere to the timings and be here in the auditorium after 10 minutes. Thank you. Hello, guys. This is the QR for the 4-day. Please do take a photo and fill it at the end of the session. Thank you so much.
क्या करे वो फोटो शूट और क्या करे क्या सवाल बुलाया फोटो शूट के लिए वो और क्या करेगा उसको भी काम है वहाँ से गया वहाँ घूम गया 2 चक्कर लगा के मैंने बाहर भी देखा वहाँ पे 2 चक्कर लगा के उठा 5 मिनट तक खड़ा है नहीं मिल रहा तो मैं क्या करूँ मैंने इसलिए तुझे बोला उसका नंबर मुझे सेंड कर तूने किया उसको तेरा नंबर सेंड किया लेकिन कॉल नहीं किया वो कॉल नहीं उठा रहा है मैं तुम्हें कर रहा हूँ क्यों उठाऊँ मैं तुम्हें कर रहा हूँ कौन ना पाड़े ब्रेक पड़ो और ना पड़ो 10 मीटर नो टी ब्रेक पड़ो है लाइट पड़ो ने बहुत लंबा चले आजे बाकी 11 के ब्रेक पड़ी जाए का बाकी है ये सेशन बाकी भाई पूर्व એટલે 5 વાર Sora. एक माइक नहीं आया नहीं काउंटर ही हटा दो सब आ जाएंगे
જોડે રાખો આપણે અહીંયા જરૂર પડે તો
I request everyone to kindly settle down. We'll be starting our next session, along with our closing ceremony in another 1 or 2 minutes. I request again everyone to please settle down and also to keep your mobile phones on airplane mode or silent mode.
Hello.
I request everyone to kindly keep your phones on silent mode. We have among with us Dr. Chris Jenkins, OBE President of Commonwealth Games Federation. It will be a keynote session and he will be speaking on streamlining governance in sports federations need of the hour. Everyone to give a big round of applause for Dr. Chris Jenkins, OBE President of Commonwealth Games Federation, and will be speaking on multi-sports event moving to a sustainable platform, reframing Commonwealth Games to a new model. Sir, please.
Good afternoon, and thank you so much for asking me to join you at this very important event. So, what I'm going to touch on today is partly my doctoral thesis, but also then how we've been working over the last year, 18 months, to move the Commonwealth Games to a much more sustainable model. Perfect. So my doctoral thesis was very much on safeguarding the long-term future of the Commonwealth Games, an exploration of the potential for compromise on Games utopia for sustainability and attracting new hosts, as you can see there. So effectively, in a few minutes, I will touch on what is Games utopia. But the best way of explaining it is, if you asked an event owner to put on an event, and as a dominant stakeholder, it would ask for a huge amount, brand new facilities, and we'll come on to that in a minute. But effectively, that's the Games utopia. This was really a huge piece of qualitative research done, started before the pandemic and carried on all the way through COVID, and then written up afterwards. Took me about 3 years of research, talking to people all around the Commonwealth. and there were 40 participants. They were all experts in their areas, and many had experience of many different types of multi-sports events. There were 3 rounds of interviews as well, which 2 took place before Birmingham 22 Commonwealth Games, and the final one was afterwards to allow some element of reflection. So this is a diagram taken from a piece of work, a fantastic piece of work by Cassens Noor, which was effectively written on planning to permanent urbanisation. She's looking at it very much from the planning point of view, the pressure you put on a host city when hosting an Olympics, Commonwealth Games, FIFA World Cup. And as you can see from here, she wrote on the urban planning theory of mega events. And she looked at a concept called Games Utopia. So I've developed it further. But effectively, you see here, at the very top is the utopia, the perfect mega event. And there are 3 columns running underneath: economy, image, and infrastructure. So from the economic point of view, all the gain goes to the event owner. All the risk sits with the host. So very asymmetric. And there's been a lot of academic research written on the value of the host city contract and the fact that this relationship is asymmetric. The image is very much around world-class athletes. Very much an athlete-focused experience, which is great. And we're not going to take away from that, but we can add something. And finally, on the infrastructure, the ideal, brand new everything. Brand new venues, world-class facilities, a central village, ideally brand new, also very close to the venues to minimise transport. So that's the perfect. And underneath, society, everybody, absolutely everyone is in favour of this model. So as a host, you all fantastically support it. So then we have the reality. So as I was working through, one of the things that was facing the mega event and the large event owners was a rapid decrease in the number of cities and countries wanting to host Utopia. It costs a fortune to do. So by talking to a large number of stakeholders and all the people through the research, some real key messages started to come out, which we'll look at in a second as we start to bring together the new framework. First of all, early, and I mean very early, meaningful, and meaningful is a key word here, engagement with the host community, starting to build that public support running into the event. Aligning a city or a country's development plan with the Games Master Plan. So the Games itself has a huge number of requests and demands it makes. So from the research it shows we should be doing those, but only if it aligns with things we were going to do in the first place. So you want an athletic stadium, you build one. You don't build one for the event. You build one and you use it for the event, and it has a permanent valuable legacy thereafter. Another point that came through very clearly, and this does depend on which countries you're in, but building new infrastructure gives great legacy, but also that's measurable, it's very, very real. Start to consider also the intangible benefits, social impact. So the social impact from hosting and from sport is huge. So you can start to measure that and put that in, and that's a very valuable legacy, a very valuable return on investment. Also came through as a demand very much from a better way of selecting hosts. End the competitive bidding. It's very expensive, it costs millions to bid, to host some of these events. And there's a winner and a loser. The losers don't often come back.
So you start to lose potential hosts. So competition is lovely in sport. There are winners and there are losers. In this particular area, working with a series of hosts is a much better way of doing it. That's something we have brought in at the Commonwealth Games Federation, and in fact it's one of the reasons, apart from being with you today, I'm here in India at the moment, is you start to talk with governments at day one. What would you like this event to look like? So you build in the legacy, you build in the return on investment, but also it's a much more proactive but also collaborative approach to sourcing hosts. And that comes on to the next point, which this partnership must carry on all the way through the planning. So for a Commonwealth Games, it used to be a 7-year cycle to plan and deliver. In reality, you need 4 years, so let's cut to 4 years. It saves a lot of money, it's much more efficient, but also by sitting down day one, you can save a huge amount of time and costs. But fundamentally, there is a massive shift of power within the stakeholders. It's moving away from the event owner towards the host. It becomes collaborative. It becomes an equal relationship. So this is the framework that the thesis came up with. And as you can start to see, the pillars are still there. The roofs become a bit more complicated, but the basis is still there as well. So let's go through bottom up. So society, where before there was assumed to be 100% public support, and we know from what we've been looking at over the experience of the last 20 odd years, when consulted, referenda, invariably the local community said no. You can turn that around by engaging right at the start of the process. So you have engaged and involved citizens, which means meaningful engagement, means meaningful participation from every facet of society that's hosting. So it has targeted social legacies, which we touched on. It's inclusive, so it's every part of society, because the people who are going to benefit most are often those who lost most in hosting, so they could really benefit. On the economy, we now have a partnership of risk. We have shared risk. So by reducing the costs and realigning to what the development plan of the city is required, so you're not saying do this, you're saying I want to do this for all sorts of reasons, you start to bring down costs, but you start to get better returns on investment, and you avoid negative legacy, a stadium that no one wants at the end of the day. The athlete experience is still there, but it becomes a concept of shared image, because both parties can win here. Repositioning a country or a city in the global context, the image of that city, but also the sense of place is very important. So you have shared image. The athletes have a fantastic time, they get their exposure, the city gets its exposure. And then the infrastructure, by aligning to the existing development plan, you're delivering facilities and infrastructure that the city needs and the city wants and would have built anyway, and you're using those. And you only build new where it's desired. And you use existing facilities. Brings down costs, it's much more efficient, and gives a far higher return on investment, both real and social. Then move up, I've got host city, proactive support for new cities to bid. So that's our role, to go out and spread the message and say, these are the benefits you can get, you should be thinking about hosting, we can work with you, we can collaborate with you to deliver the things that you want. And at the very top, the willingness of our members within our organisation to compromise, to accept that some of the power has shifted away from them towards the host. So it's taking Cassandor's model and modifying it, and that was the basis of what we've now built, how we get a Commonwealth Games to a sustainable new platform. So we combine this research with the strategic desire of the Commonwealth Sport, the Commonwealth Games Federation, and its strategic plan, Commonwealth United. A lot of this work's been done previously. The Games Value Framework identified positive legacies, and I'd now like to share with you Commonwealth Sport's new sustainable model for the Games, repositioning the Games and sport at the heart of the Commonwealth, increasing its value. So we touched on the more theoretical side of what we've been doing. Now here's the more practical side. So let's look at sport. Let's look at the power of sport. So sport is beautiful. Sport helped me be who I am. Sport gave me life. Sport shaped my character. Sport developed me as a person. Sport took me to school, and sport gave me work. So we're looking at the positive reasons for doing sport. These inspiring words of Samson Nakutu from Kenya, who was at a GAPS camp. GAPS is a program that we run at Commonwealth Sport. It's disability inclusion. And he was at the camp. He's been at the camp as an athlete and now as a coach. Now as a child, Samson suffered from polio. He ran away from home when he was just 9 years old, and he lived on the streets of Nairobi. He became a Paralympian through sport, and he's now an inspirational powerlifting coach, and he is an amazing person. He's truly inspirational to his athletes. But he demonstrates the power of sport, how it can transform, how it can be a transformative force for good. So earlier we touched on how you align the wishes of the local community to hosting by widespread, inclusive, meaningful engagement. Here we're now going to start to see how you use sport to drive forward within society, because sport has the unparalleled ability to address some of the most urgent challenges we face today. Things we've been talking about this morning. Sport is an amazing place to have conversations about very difficult global issues. It also has a fantastic return on investment. We touched on earlier how we can get return on investment through hosting. But just sport itself, there's a new piece of research out from Sport, England, Wales and Scotland, and it's a piece of research run by University of Sheffield Hallam, which shows there's a social return on investment of 4.4 times. So for every dollar you spend in sport, you get a social return on investment of $4.4. It's a remarkable number. However, and I think it's a real tragedy. Now, not the case here in India. We've been talking with a lot of politicians over the last few days about how sport is being moved up the agenda. That is not the case in a large number of countries in the Commonwealth and within the world. Sport has fallen far too far down the political agenda. It is too low in government priorities in far too many countries in the world. And we need to reverse this trend together. We can leverage the power of sport. We can change mindsets. We can enhance national development priorities through sports. And one of the challenges and one of the opportunities we have at Commonwealth Games Federation is the Games themselves are the largest positive manifestation of the Commonwealth. So the whole world looks towards us. So sport creates this safe place to have difficult discussions, but it also allows us, it's given us a great opportunity to reposition sport within the Commonwealth. So what we've done is we've identified a series of wealths within Commonwealth. So we're going to touch on each of these. There's sport wealth, diplomatic wealth, economic wealth, social wealth, and cultural wealth. And sitting right at the heart is Commonwealth United. It's saying we as an organisation, we as the Commonwealth Games, we as Commonwealth Sport can do anything, can really help you within the Commonwealth, can help governments achieve their priorities. So it increases the relevance of Commonwealth sport to youth, to the youth of the Commonwealth. It enhances resilience. And this new wealth model puts the Games back at the heart of the Commonwealth. It puts sport back at the heart of the Commonwealth. And it makes it relevant to all people within the Commonwealth. So let's look at each of them in turn. And it starts to understand then how a sustainable model can really enhance what we do. So looking at diplomatic wealth. Well, you've had a lot of diplomatic wealth here over the last few days. You've been sitting and talking, representing your organisations coming from different countries, talking about the issues that you face back at home and working collectively. So sport brings nations together, fosters exchange, mutual respect, strengthens ties between the countries, and presents many opportunities for sharing, cooperating, and advancing global goals and peace. Sport can be a unifying force, but more importantly, it gives everyone a voice, and that voice can be listened, and it can promote both national and Commonwealth identities. So you've experienced diplomatic wealth. You bring countries together, put them in a room, those ministers, those people, those athletes, those coaches, government officials, they create diplomatic wealth. And that happens all around a big event like a Commonwealth Games. It's a real value. So let's look at sport wealth. Whether it's the Olympics or the Commonwealth Games or the youth versions or FIFA World Cup, they all look for excellence, focuses on the elite. Sport wealth is much, much more than that. Through sport, individuals and communities flourish. What is sport but activity, health, well-being, social cohesion, teamwork, builds respect, for tolerance, creates spaces for young people to thrive. A strong, inclusive sports system means no one is left behind, from grassroots up to elite. And we can demonstrate how sport can really change mindsets. So on the right, extreme right, you will see a lady called Friana. She was at Gold Coast Games, and that's a picture of her on the podium. I mentioned GAPS earlier on. It's a disability inclusion program. So it allows disabled people who are in many of our Commonwealth countries who are probably hidden away to come out, join in sport. So she went to the first camp, a pilot project run in Australia in Griffith University. She had a week of coaching, sports science, fitness, well-being tests. At the end, we asked her, "What's your key takeaway?" And she said, "It's the first time I've ever been treated as a human being." I thought, wow, this is an amazing program. She then went on to an amazing final at the Games. She got a bronze medal. She went home. She comes from Vanuatu, small islands in the Pacific. Their first ever medal, a female, a para-athlete. Feted around the country. Great response. Mindsets need to be changed. A week later, a lady walks into a school holding the hand of her disabled daughter and says, "Does this now mean my daughter can come to school?" We need to do more. We need to change mindsets. Sport can do that. Within the Commonwealth, if you're a disabled girl, it's very low chance you have any education at all. And it's not much better for boys either. 70 to 90% will not have an education. It's got to change. Sport, by talking about this, by demonstrating this as we do in conferences, sitting down with ministers, has the power to change mindsets. Commonwealth Games is integrated. Able-bodied para-athletes coming together. It changes mindsets. So let's look at social wealth. Change the slide. There we go. Social wealth. Using the power of sport, you can make a massive difference, contribution to social inclusion, human rights, education, historic injustice, enhancing climate resilience right across the Commonwealth. You can have difficult conversations. It's part of the social wealth that exists. Something you've all been doing over the last few days. Commonwealth Games is really proud because it is the most inclusive event there is, whether it's gender, disability or youth. And it can make amazing interventions. And I'm going to use another story to illustrate this. Again, lady on the right, she comes from Pakistan. She came to one of our camps on her own. So to get her there was no mean feat. So cast your minds back just after the pandemic, to Easter time, sort of March, April 22. We ran the camp, and the previous few weeks, months, the Pakistan Commonwealth Games Association had been up in the community. It's on the northern part of Pakistan, talking to her family, to the community, to allow this athlete to come to the camp. Long list of conditions about what she cannot do. She came, it was brilliant, she had a fantastic time. She took loads of videos. She went back home. So to get her there was a huge effort. Family involved, community involved, coaches involved. Roll on the clock just a few years. 2 girls came from the same area to a camp. So we talked to them. So Zainab had gone back with all the videos. She'd spoken within her community. She'd gone around chatting to people, saying what a great time she had, how useful it was, how it really helped her athletic career. She's in table tennis. When the 2 girls came to the next camp 2 years later, they had spoken to their families, nobody else. They had spoken to their communities, and 15 came to a camp in Pakistan, 2 then came on to Birmingham. So these young girls had been empowered all in the space of 2 to 3 years because of a real champion who'd gone home and made something happen, created huge change, huge social wealth. That again is what sport can do. So let's look at economic wealth as well. Another reason for hosting, for putting sporting events on, is an economic return. Too often it's been measured in maybe a bit of increased tourism. There's lots of ways you can measure the success. But the real wealth that comes is what you can do with an event. How do you make it much more sustainable? Well, sport itself is a large part of the economy. It boosts economies, employments right around the world. Developing a vibrant sports industry is a great way of increasing economic wealth within the country. But you can use the games, you can use an event to promote international trade, tourism, infrastructure development, innovation, promotion, engage and involve young people throughout, engage and bring marginalised communities into work through training and skills development and employment. And to give you an example, straight after the closing ceremony of the Birmingham 22 Games, Andy Street, who was the Mayor of West Midlands, one of the host mayors, was on a plane with 10 or 12 business leaders to India. And some of the Indian companies had been at Birmingham as well, bringing in the trade mission over here, brought in foreign direct investment. And Birmingham got a fantastic return from that. Their foreign direct investment was up 27%. But what they did is they used the games as a catalyst to do something else, to develop their economy. But I would also say, hosting an event along the side, you would have something like a trade event. Why Sri Lanka should be showcasing its tea. India should be showcasing its products at an event like this, because the world is looking on the event, but also that's where the business leaders and the politicians are. So let's also look at culture, the cultural wealth you get from coming together. So a couple of slides, but what is the Commonwealth? But an amazing celebration of cultural diversity, celebrating differences, honouring differences. So we want to honour the rich diversity of the cultures of the Commonwealth as an inclusive movement, not only promoting cultural exchange, but preserving cultural diversity, celebrating what makes us unique through mutual respect, pride and unity, honouring traditional cultures, bringing forward traditional games, showcasing those sports alongside the Olympic and the Commonwealth sports. So take this example here, archery. There's one Olympic discipline. At most games there might be two disciplines, compound and recurve. Barebow, as it's called, is archery that is global. Showcase that event, showcase that sport. There are lots of sports, so we'll be talking about bringing one or two traditional sports into a games as a demonstration sport to help not only promote these games, but preserve them. Because my fear is that many of these in 20 or 30 years' time will have vanished unless we protect them. And they're an important part of our culture. They're a very important part of making us who we are. So I show here a Fale, which is a meeting house, effectively, from Samoa. And this reframe games that we're offering and talking about offers an open space for dialogue and opportunity, for having difficult conversations. And through the games, through the Commonwealth Games, the Youth Games, the development work, the policy initiatives we have, there is so much we can do together by uniting the Commonwealth through sport. So each of the wealths has the same value, the same height within the Fale. And you come inside the Fale and you speak openly and honestly to each other. But also, we've taken some really positive steps to reset the games, to make the games models more sustainable, which is what you've been touching on over the last 3 days. So first thing to say, I think the old paradigm's gone. We've got to change mindsets into what we can do together, not a series of obligations. A co-created event where host communities, ourselves and our member come together to design an event. So the first point, I'll just run through them. Purpose-driven games. The games is purpose-driven with a renewed focus on Commonwealth United by Sport through creating sporting, diplomatic, economic, cultural and social wealth. We've replaced that competitive bid, that smashing into each other I mentioned right at the beginning, where you have a winner and a loser you never hear back from. So it's a collaborative dialogue between the host governments, the CGAs, and it leads to the co-creation of not only games, but in creating a pipeline as well. Reducing the hosting cost. Our ambition and our aim, and we will do it, is to reduce the hosting cost by at least 60% from the old costs that we used to see. This will allow more countries to bid, more communities to get involved. By using existing venues and sport for accommodation, which was in one of those pillars I showed you in the reframe model. With little need for capital investment, there is really much more certainty in the way you can budget, much more certainty in the timelines. And typically when you look at where things have gone wrong in the past, mainly from the Olympics, it's because costs have crept up, because there's a deadline, but also they're building a huge amount as well. It's very hard to forecast a budget 7 to 10 years out. You're going to have at least one economic cycle and at least 1 or 2 political cycles. So it is really difficult. Reduce the timeline to 4 years, but also if you're only using existing or you're trying to use an existing accommodation, you have some certainty. That removes the risk. That removes the need to have very large guarantees. You don't have to have an unlimited financial underwrite because you don't need it, because you can budget with a large element of certainty and manage your contingency. On the other side, the benefits on the legacy, if you sit down from day one, you can shape the games to deliver what you want from in legacy and benefit local communities. So you build that in from right at the start. The sport programme can be adapted. It's got to move with the times. We often say, and the Olympics does this as well, you can bring in a new sport. It's very easy to say hello to a new friend. It's very difficult to say goodbye to an old friend. So they get bigger and bigger and bigger, and more unsustainable. You have to be brutal and say the games have got to manage, stay in touch with the youth, and maintain your core structure. Also recognise, as I touched on earlier, the value of traditional sports, showcasing those as well. So there's a lot you can do around sport by optimising the programme. Fully integrated, we're not moving away from that at all. We're totally committed to an integrated para-sport programme within the Games, but also supporting it through the para-athlete development pathway work we do with GAPS. We also consider co-hosting. In fact, we encourage it in some regions. Bringing countries together creates diplomatic wealth, but also shares the benefit and shares the costs, and opens up hosting to many, many more countries. Not an issue here, but if you look in many parts of the world, staging a large event requires a huge amount of work. 2 or 3 countries coming together can share that workload, but also share the benefits. Touch on the collaborative process throughout. And the other thing we want to do is set an environmental target. These have all, the amount of carbon has been measured from Birmingham, the information then passed on to Paris, so we can now start to set targets. We know what impact it has on the environment. Let's start to scale it down, but also start to bring in some real sustainability initiatives to achieve these targets. These are all embedded in the Games hosting vision. So our next Games, in not very long, next year in 26, will be in Glasgow. Some of these principles have been implemented within the Glasgow programme, and there will be significant transfer of knowledge as well going on to future hosts. So the Glasgow Games themselves in 26 are a hugely important step towards the Commonwealth Games of the future. So we've been inviting governments to come in and sit with us in the Farley to talk to us. We've been inviting our members to come and sit inside the Farley and talk to us, to talk about their role and what their ambitions are to hosting and reset the Games. Because we're really excited that we're now building up to our 100th anniversary. 2030 will be our centenary Games. But also, by reframing the Games, we've put Commonwealth sport back at the centre of the Commonwealth. We're putting sport back at the centre of the Commonwealth. We're saying to governments, to all sectors of society, sport is really important. Sport, the power of sport needs to be used. It needs to be nurtured. It needs to be invested in. Because sport can generate all of these values across, whether it's health and well-being, bringing countries together through diplomatic wealth, celebrating cultural diversity, generating economic wealth, and generally generating social benefits for all sections of the society. I did at one point, I think, did I put the slide on? Yes. So some of these are the key academic articles out there which we can share with you. But looking at how it's driven the research, identifying the problems, building on all the research that's been done over the last 10, 20 years about how we can reposition multi-sports events and make them much, much more sustainable. But thank you all very much for inviting me here today. Really enjoyed it, so I hope you found it useful. Thank you. Thank you.
Thank you, sir, for your insightful session. Now I request Ms. Katie Sedlier, Chief Executive Officer, Commonwealth Games Federation, Mr. Adil Sumerwala, Vice President of World Athletics, and Professor Bimal N. Patel, Vice Chancellor of Raksha University, to come up on the dais for a small moderation panel discussion. We will be starting with a small panel discussion on streamlining governance in sports federation need of the hour. Firstly, I will request Mr. Adil Sumerwala, Vice President of World Athletics, to bless on some light on the topics. So please.
Good afternoon. I think I'm not going to go into the niceties and talk about it, but I think governance in sports is the need of the hour. Governance in sports is non-negotiable. Good governance has to be there, and I think that the new bill which the government of India is going to introduce in the coming session of Parliament next month, I think will be a game changer. We are happy to discuss the different sections of it, but it's very, very important that we move in that direction, support the bill, and ensure there is good governance across the board, whether it's in federations, whether it's at district level, whether it's at state level, because without good governance, sports will never improve. Without good governance, you will not reach the top. I just wanted to make a few opening remarks and then we can take it from there.
Sure, sir. Now I will be requesting Ms. Katie Sedlier to please throw on some light on the topic.
Thank you. It is a topic of real interest to me. I think I had my first governance role position when I was 25, very young, just finished a swimming career and went straight on to the New Zealand Swimming Federation board, and that was a bit of a shock in terms of what the expectations were, how you used to as an athlete criticize all the administrators for not knowing what they were doing, and then all of a sudden you're on the other side of the fence and you realize how complex it is. But I think, when I look at governance and governance improvements, one of the challenges when I look at all the boards that I've been associated with or supported is training, is that quite often people get onto governance positions because they've been elected and they're passionate about the sport, so the technical aspect of it, but they haven't had the opportunity to go through good governance training. And so that whole kind of concept of what I think is really important for national governments or organizations is to ensure that democratic processes are really important in terms of selection on governance, but making sure that you've got the resources to help people understand what their role is as a director when they take on those roles, I think is something that we need to do more of.
Thank you very much, Adil and all of you. I have one question. I would like to request your perspective on coming from your field. For example, in World Federation of Athletics, you from Commonwealth and also Chris. Two questions. One, how much regulation is desirable? Right, because when we want to develop, if I use the market theory of economics, then you need to have regulation, but also you have to allow the players to develop the markets. So do you think there is too much of regulation in the sports field and less of development? That is first question. Second question is, how much judicial interference is desirable? Because in countries like India, one can find that if there is something goes wrong in governance, there are all kinds of public interest litigations, and under the disguise of transparency, fairness, vested interest, then they judicially encroach upon every aspect of development. What is the perspective of, let's say, some of the Western countries? How much judiciary is taking note of, trying to become more active, also in killing actually the sports development? So maybe perhaps these are two radical questions, but I would really like to know, because in my personal assessment, these are the things which will actually inhibit or contribute to the growth and development of sports in countries like India. Thank you.
Who wants to go? You want to go?
Yeah. So I guess I'll just focus in on the last point, so how much judicial interference. I mean, effectively, if you get good governance and everyone buys into it, and as Katie said, people are trained up, and as Dil says, there's a legal basis. In a sense, that should be the last resort. So because any type of, if you're going to court, it's going to cost you a lot of money, it's a lot of time. Athletes want to train, coaches want to coach, boards of sports want to govern and want to basically further or support their athletes' development. So if you get the governance right and people really buy into it and support it, then I would argue that it really is the last resort. It only goes there when something's gone really wrong. There should be all sorts of processes to allow, whether it's arbitration or mediation or resolving issues in a friendly way. And you're also talking about, if you like, the dynamics within the sporting environment. People are always trying to do better. So it is like any field, whether it's commerce or technology, things are constantly going to evolve. And last year I had the honour, it was quite a tricky one, of moderating a debate on the use of AI in sport. Would this harm sport? Would this mean some countries get left behind, some athletes get behind? And that was an interesting debate because it's coming, you can't ignore it, but it's something that we've not factored in yet, it's something that's not got to boards, it's coming our way. So these challenges will always be there. But I think when you look at governance, for most athletes, it's about giving them a fair playing field. So that if they are the fastest, then they get recognised as the fastest and the best. So for them it is a fair playing field. As Katie said, when she moved from sport into governance, you get shocked at how much else there is. I remember many years ago when I was competing, person came in from British Rowing and said, we got a new governance structure. And I said, will it make my boat go faster? And that's all I was interested in. He said, no. He probably should have said, yes. It will make it go faster. It might be after you've retired, but it will help. So I think coming back to your first point, if you get governance right, the athletes will benefit, the coaches will benefit, and you don't waste a lot of time arguing and getting to sport. But everyone has to buy into it.
I guess I would just add to that, governance right, jurisdiction, arbitration later. But there are, I guess, some vulnerable issues that exist in the world of sport that do need, integrity commissions, et cetera, I think of some of the athlete harassment issues. And so having a body where people feel safe that they can be heard, that where they don't feel because of the balance of power inside organizations. Like I always, whenever I'm talking to, coaches and high performance systems, it's always about getting the balance of power correct. And sometimes it's not. And so having those structures that are there to come up with proper resolutions for the overall reputation of the sport and for the benefit and the welfare of both athletes and coaches, I think is quite important.
Yep. So I will give you an Indian perspective. One, do you need governance? Yes. But governance has to be moving in the direction of development of the sport, not just policing. If it's just policing, you have a problem. And then you restrict the sport because you keep trying to police it, and then you try to police it more, and you try to police it more. Case in point, the new constitution of the Indian Olympic Association, disaster. It's an absolute disaster because it kills everything sport stands for. So, who interfered in it? The courts. Today in India, courts have absolutely overreached. Courts are responsible for destruction of sport in India because they keep giving orders which they do not understand. I'm being very careful so I'm not in contempt of court. I'm being very careful about what I say. They have even if they do, I've been held in contempt earlier, so but anyway, I'll give you an example. An event called Kabaddi. There was a dispute. Two parties went to court. Court appointed an administrator. For the last 7 years, the administrator, who's a retired judge, refuses to leave his post, even after the election is held. On some legal, why? Because he's getting paid 5 lakhs a month. He has a car, he has an assistant, he has a driver. He's retired. He didn't get paid 5 lakhs as judge, but he's getting paid 5 lakhs here. Why would he leave? So, there are 7 associations in National Association in India where there are administrators. There is a judgment of the Delhi High Court dated 16/8/2022. The judge who gave the judgment now wants to become an administrator. How bad is that? So, you need a proper legal system to resolve these issues. You need a panel of arbitration of sport, something like a CAS, who understand the sport and who do not want to interfere. There is a lawyer called Rahul Mehra who keeps filing public interest litigations, showing he is the great protector of sports. Recently, in one of the cases which he took up, the judge asked him, is your federation that you are fighting for compliant with the sports code? He says no. And he's been fighting, shouting from rooftops about the sports code and how all federations should be disbanded. So, we have to stop this. We have to stop this, and I think bringing in the bill which has the arbitration within the purview of the sports bill, I think things like this are very, very important. And if this bill does not come in the next month or so, all federations or most federations will cease to exist. Because the court order of 16/8 is so bad that no federation will be able to work. So this is destruction of sports.
Adil. So Adil sir, I have noted down everything. These are, according to my classification, I believe these are all corrective measures which we are taking, including the sports bill, governance bill, which is into play. How, as an education institute, for example, we have now Bharat Center for Olympic Research and Education right now, and I believe that education, that too administrative education, is going to be the next key thing if we want to integrate education in all the administrative hierarchy or structure. So how do you think that our bodies, or our bodies, how can we involve this particular governance issues in our education system so that we have preventive measures rather than having corrective measures?
I think it's a process. It's going to take some time. So election of a national federation is a democratic process. Anyone can, even if you have no education, you can, or if you're not even high school pass, you can become president of the largest federation in the country. But having said that, we must see, there haven't been too many sports management or sports administration courses run in this country. There are few and far between. You have PE teachers. What we do is keep creating physical education teachers, which has got nothing to do with the administration of sport.
Exactly.
And therefore, courses like this should be useful. I think every federation should be open to taking its council members and going through not like for an exam or something like that, but go through the best principles, try to understand best principles nationally and globally, and institutions like yours and even Transmedia that I am at, we can do things like that, bring the best practices, let people understand. I don't think people even understand globally what is happening. And there's so much change happening, and a lot. There is a constitution in one of the districts, so we're asking them to change. There are only 7 people in voting members. There are 3 on this side, 3 on that side, and the one in between, whichever side he or she decides to jump, gets elected. But that's ridiculous. There are no clubs that are members. Only 7 individuals are members. Now, where is good governance? That's where good governance comes in. That is where you need to push governance. Doping, the sports bill. Again, I'm the architect of that sports bill. We stopped just short of criminalization of doping. I think it's time to now move to the next level, to bring in criminalization so the police or whoever is the authority has the power to go catch you. If they find something on you, they can arrest you, they can put you behind bars. Only then doping will reduce in this country. So, where does it start? Right at the district level. Why does it start at the district level? Because the district sports coach doesn't want to get transferred after 3 years. He wants to hang on to that athlete. Because he's in a city, he doesn't want to go to a rural area. His kids are going to school. He's opened a small sport shop. These are very serious socio-economic issues also. So you need governance, yes. So I think we need to be careful when we talk governance. I think we need to balance it properly. There also is a human face to governance, but I think we need to balance it.
Can I just add, again, just thinking of your question, it's this whole concept of when do you train people and who do you train? And, I think that, I worked in high performance sport in New Zealand for a long, long period of time before I took on this role. And one of the things that we did was we recognized that athletes are going to get fast-tracked into governance roles. Many of those who don't get the opportunity to go on sports management courses. And so we spent a lot of time talking with elite athletes on their career transition to get them to understand what the basic good governance principles are, so that they felt a bit more empowered as they progressed within their, for those that decided to stay involved in sport when they're off the field. And then the other thing I would say, I mean, I was fortunate that I did go through a sports management master's degree. We didn't do anything in sports governance. I mean, we did everything on everything else, but that is missing from sports management programs everywhere. And it is so vital, whether you are a paid professional who has to work with a board, or you do get elected or appointed onto a board, to actually understand that interface and what your roles and responsibilities are. It seems like it's basic, but it's something that people just don't talk about till you have to go to arbitration.
So Adil sir got some points.
I think, I think putting systems and processes in place is probably the most crucial thing. When I took over as president in 2013, my Secretary General was in jail, my president was in jail, there was no money in the federation, the people in the interim finished the money which the ex-president and the first thing I did was, I said, no, we're going to put processes and systems in place. I was the first guy to say, I don't mind RTI, let there be RTI. All the federations were resisting it. The first guy said, no, I put my hand up, we will do RTI. I was the first guy who said, I'll have a CAG audit done in my federation. So when you start moving towards transparency, when you start and you put in a process, and my term is over. I've done 3 terms. As of last month, my term is over. But the processes I have put in place, I will ensure that things go right. And that is part of good governance, is to put processes in place. Then you don't have to play the chore police game. That's important.
So I completely agree with you, sir, because the process is important, and I have added that subjectivity need to be addressed, and which is only possible when we have this integration of well-thought integration, I would say, in the system. So now the floor is open to the audience for asking questions. I would request that we have a bit of short of time, so we'll have 2 questions.
Hello everyone. My question is to Adil sir. So basically, yeah, okay. So basically nowadays in the athletics, especially in the marathon, lot of organizers are coming up with the event, and the athletic federation is somewhere there is no in the picture, and many organizers don't know how to approach to the athletic organizations, or whether to get the support and what support they need to get from them. So do you feel that there is a need to synchronize the organizers and the athletic associations, and to fix the line between that athletic association will take the technical part and the creative part will take care of the organizer? So in this way we can improve the events and the runners in the country.
Very good question. We have about 1,600 road races in India annually. It could be 5 kilometers, 10 kilometers, whatever. There are 649 measured races where there is proper measurement. It's not a fun run. Only about 25 of them take permission from the Athletic Federation of India. It is very clear, you want to have a fun run, you don't need to come to me to take permission. You want to give prize money, but it's still a front, I don't have a problem. But if you want your race to be recognized for timing, that timing which you can use to qualify for other events, you need to come to us. So on 18th of January this year, I wrote to all the 1,600 people, send them a mail, put it on my website saying there is going to be a meeting to make you understand. I brought in the road running person from World Athletics, Alicio. Alicio was there. We also had a Zoom, open on Zoom, so there were about 50 people in the room, but then a lot more on Zoom. Media was there. If you don't take permission, I don't have a problem, but your race is not recognized. If your race is not recognized, you could not get police permission, you may not get the municipal permission, but you do get it because some politician is involved. Politicians have decided that it's a good way, a good platform for them. So it's a politician's birthday, they want to have a road race. It's a politician's anniversary, so he wants to have a road race. So it's a problem. Why should you get permission? Because we've seen there's no proper medical. If we ensure that there is proper medical, technical, etc. People have died on the route. We deal with the police to ensure that the route is sanitized. There are people who've been hit by cars, bikes, etc. on the route. Routes are not correctly measured. People are setting world records. People don't get prize money. A lot of prize money is offered. People call it an international marathon, whereas there is no permission even from the state body. So see, what has happened is it's become a big business. And these operators go to tell people that we will do a race for you, we'll do a race for you, and take money. Athletic Federation says you only give me 5% of your bib money. That's not unreasonable, but they don't want to give that. So they try not to take permission. So it's an issue, we are resolving it, but anyway, if they don't take permission, it's not a recognized event. And I have no problem. See, more people run, I am happy. But then don't come and say, please accept my performance.
So these are the actual ground issues which Adil sir actually addressed. Yes, correct. One last question, please.
So, I have a question to Ms. Katie. First of foremost thing is welcome to India and Raksha University. So, what is according to you would be the role or significance of having athletes on board as far as streamlining the government is concerned? What is your take on that? I want two perspectives, as an athlete or as a swimmer, as well as the administrator. Thank you.
First of all, thank you for welcoming me to India. It's my second time, and I'm hoping to come back in a week's time to speak at another conference. So I'm very privileged. So I guess what is the role of the athlete and the perspective of the athlete on the board? I mean, I think, like all good businesses, you need to actually understand what your stakeholders think. And your key stakeholders are your athletes. And so ensuring that the athletes have a voice at the right time in their career. And I think that's sometimes the mistake that happens in governance structures when athletes who are still competing get put onto boards. It's very difficult for them to sort of step back and be really objective about the things that they need to on behalf of all. But having an athlete's voice on a board is just critical. And so from my perspective, and I was very involved in the New Zealand Olympic Athletes Commission for years and years. It was very much about making sure that when policies are made about things particularly that impact on performance at games, that they are making those decisions with the athlete's voice in mind. Then from the second part of the question was, as a non-athlete on a board, was it what my opinion was of athletes?
As an administrator.
Oh, as administrative on the board. I think that the thing that I had a really fast learning track when I was 25 being put onto a board. I was the only woman, young girl, on the board of, I think 10 men in blazers. So it was quite I talk about having to put your big girl pants on and participate in the debate and the discussion because you were doing it not just for yourself. But so when you're there as an administrator, I think that the real challenge is to think very much about how you ensure that your board has the right information to make the right decisions. And quite often, getting that right is really important, because what you don't want is to be working with a board that's suspicious of the administrators, the executives. You want to make sure that it is a true partnership. And quite often, it's about getting the information flow correct between what's happening inside the organization and the really important role that your elected board members have to strategically steer the organization into the future.
I think you make to make a difference between being on the board and leading the board. I think there's a huge difference. Being on the board as an athlete member, the board needs to listen to the athlete, and all the athlete issues need to come there. But when you are, like, say, the president, I just want to give you an example. For example, there is Apple, there is IBM, there is, say, GE, and you need a firm in India who's fighting that. The CEO of an Apple has to be equal to a CEO of that firm in India. So if you're president, you're fighting USA, you're fighting Canada, you're fighting Australia, you're fighting Great Britain. Your leader has to have that capacity to be he, she, whoever. Now if it's just to say, because you're an athlete, you should be, just because you can run fast from point A to point B, you want to say that, oh, so-and-so can. No, you need a vision, you need a strategy, you need to understand finance, you need to understand commercial. So if the athlete has those qualities, great. But you can't force fit an athlete out there. And we've seen in Indian scenario, the greatest disaster has been when you put the wrong athlete in that place. Sorry.
Thank you, sir. Thank you, sir, for a short and a very impactful panel discussion. Moving forward with the felicitation, I would request Professor Patel to kindly felicitate Dr. Chris Jenkins, OBE, President of Commonwealth Games Federation. Also to welcome Ms. Katie Sadlier, Chief Executive Officer, Commonwealth Games Federation. And also requesting sir to welcome Mr. Adil Sumerwala, Vice President of World Athletics. Thank you, sir. Moving forward, we will be presenting the Best Paper Award in different categories. There were different themes. So in the theme 1, Economic Strategies and Tech Innovation, I call upon Mr. Aditya Chaudhary and Dr. Subhajit for their award. Mr. Aditya Chaudhary and Subhajit, Dr. Subhajit. I request Ms. Katie to kindly felicitate the presenter. Next in the line, I will request Mr. Naini and Avinash Kharel to kindly come up on the stage. I will request Mr. Adil Sumerwala to kindly felicitate. Next theme was on Olympic host city selection and urban transformation, and the best paper goes to Mr. Deepa and Dr. Tanvi. I request Professor Patel to kindly felicitate Deepa, as he is very own from our BCORE. Sir. Also, I request Mr. Ishwarya and Mr. Sachin to kindly come up on the stage, and I request Professor Patel to kindly felicitate this. Next, the theme was governance, equity and inclusion. I will be requesting Mr. Narendra and Dr. Simran to come on the stage. I will be requesting Dr. Phil Jenkins to kindly felicitate the presenters. Next in the line, Dr. Debraj and Ms. Manisha to please come forward. I request Dr. Utsav to kindly felicitate. Next, the theme was sustainability and environmental responsibilities, and the award goes to Mr. Abhay, the first award, and the second award goes to Dr. Anand. As they are not here, many congratulations to them. Moving forward, I will request Colonel Anand Gupta, Mission Olympic Wing Army, to kindly come up on the stage and felicitate the guest. Sir, please. To felicitate Professor Patel, sir. Sir, please. Also, I will request Mr. Landis, Planning and Coordination, London Olympics 2024, to kindly come up on the stage. And to give his best to Dr. Patel, sir.
One second.
We will be waiting 1 second. I guess Mr. Landis would like to. Yeah.
This is a token from the family.
Thank you so much, sir. Thank you so much. Thank you, sir. Now I request our IT team to play the conference video which will be showcasing the overall conference in the last 4 days. Team, please.
Thank you so much. Now I would request Dr. Utsav, Director of Bharat Center of Olympic Research Study and Center, to kindly give the vote of thanks. Thank you.
Dear sir, I am well aware that we are running out of time, but I would take a moment here, and my apologies in advance. So the video speaks for itself, and it gives me a moment of relief that finally, on the very day one when we have thought of this conference, that it is actually going to happen now. Okay, karna hai. So I have thought ki what am I going to speak on the valedictory ceremony? So I believe I rest everything here. Even if I don't speak everything, I believe you people, all of us, this entire conference speaks a lot of volume for all of us. So, but again, I was having a conversation with a gentleman early in the morning, and sir, he told that which event company you have given this entire organization to? I was like, Rashtriya Raksha University. So I mentioned in the inaugural session that it is going to be a cornerstone of Olympic movement in India, centered in Bharat Center of Olympic Research and Education. And this conference, I believe, it lived the expectation, and the cornerstone, the foundation stone is well laid. Dignitaries on the dais, Mr. Chris Jenkins, Ms. Ketty, Dr. Adil Sumariwala, Professor Bimalan Patel. Of the dais, all the guest speakers, OSRC's member, our CAPF personnel, state police organizations, everyone of the dais, entire management team, media personnel, students of Rashtriya Raksha universities, our partners, AISTS, India, everyone, from the bottom of my heart, I give a great applaud to all of us. And the mission was to build a right ecosystem. I remember very aptly that on the very first day I said it is about an ecosystem. And I believe the ecosystem is live, up and running. So now the onus is on all of us, that this ecosystem is going to affect all of us. I do for you and you do for me. So now we take care of this ecosystem. As a center, we'll certainly do, but as a member of this center, you have to take care of this ecosystem, and we have to reciprocate to our needs. And this is what I believe the governance issues says. So, just a phrase which I will give you at the moment is, this is not a moment, this is a monument. For me, this is a monument which is built very erectly, and now we have to keep it forward. So I pour everything from the corner and deepest corner of my heart, and on behalf of RRU as well as BCORE, I say thank you to every individual who was involved thoroughly or to a bit in organizing this very conference from the day one to right now, 30th of Jan. But I would like to take a moment and say, no, that's not a thank you. We did it for us. So this is not a giving, this is for us. So I would definitely, for a formality's sake, I would say thank you, but this is no thank you. We have to get up and running so that this Olympic movement, frisk, it wheels ever and ever again. It does not stop ever. At the end, I would say BCORE envisioned to have people-powered solutions, value-powered solution, and innovation. Setting the stage right for vote of thanks, I would like to thank our Honorable Union Minister of Youth Affairs and Sports, Shri Mansukh Mandavia ji, for his benign presence on day one, Shri Harsh Sanghvi ji for all the support and adorable dinner, President Thomas Bach, very importantly, for the underlining message which filled energy for all of us from day one, Maya Bogner and Nuria Madam from IOC Olympic Studies Center for unwavering support in incepting this very conference and making this happen to this day. Christian Kern from IOC, Christian Clock from IOC, my apologies. Dr. Adil Sumariwala sir, Dr. P.T. Usha ma'am in her absentia, Shri Ajay Patel ji for her for her exceptional support. So, with folded hands, I want to thank Mr. Chris Jenkins and Ms. Ketty for coming to the closing ceremony of this very function, and you have made us even better in this closing remarks. At the end, I would like to thank all our partners, OSRC's member, guest speakers who were there for, some of the guest speakers were for entire 4 days, and that's an honor for us to attend a conference entirely throughout the 4 days of sessions. Our partners, ADC Bank, our sponsors, ADC Bank, Sports for All, partners AISTS, Hyperlab, Sports Authority of India, merchandise partner Grabin Sports, knowledge partner Collage Design, and our committee, all the committee members, I would say, in a nutshell, all the committee members for keeping everything intact right from day 1 to day 4, and we see a monument happening here. Without taking much time, I would like to, with a folded hand, I would like to thank you, every one of us present here. Thank you so much.
Thank you, Dr. Utsav. I would be putting the end to this conference by saying few words, a quote, that you can't put a limit to anything. You can't put a limit to anything. The more you dream, the further you get. With these lines, I would request everyone to kindly rise for the national anthem. Thank you.
जन गण मन अधिनायक जय हे भारत भाग्य विधाता पंजाब सिंध गुजरात मराठा द्राविड उत्कल गंगा विंध्य हिमाचल यमुना गंगा उच्चल जलधि तरंगा तव शुभ नामे जागे तव शुभ आशीष मांगे गाहे तव जय गाथा जन गण मंगल दायक जय हे भारत भाग्य विधाता जय हे जय हे जय हे जय 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 हे
Thank you, everyone.